Hello everyone and welcome to this session on Azure Data Factory by Intellipaat. Azure Data Factory is a fully managed serverless data integration solution for ingesting, preparing and transforming all your data at a scale. Azure Data Factory enables you to reduce the time to insight by making it easy to connect to many businesses, data sources, transform them at scale and writing the processed data in a data store of choice. Azure Data Factory can connect all of the data and processing sources you will need, including SaaS services, file sharing, and other online services. In this session, you will learn all about Azure Data Factory. So let's check the agenda for the session. In this video, there will be multiple industry experts who will be teaching you Azure Data Factory right from scratch. So first we'll be talking about what is cloud computing and advantages of cloud computing. After that, we'll be doing a hands-on on how to create an Azure account and Azure dashboard walkthrough. After that, we'll be covering Azure computing services, creating a cluster in Azure, Azure pricing calculations, and also we'll be doing a hands-on on creating a storage account in Azure. After that, we'll be covering the topics of Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure Data Lake, Azure Integration. We'll be also doing hands-on on creating pipelines using Data Factory. Azure interview questions will be covered at the last. So that's all with the agenda. Now let's start the session.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
Any cloud computing language, guys, it is more or less like you subscribe to it and you use your resources, whatever it is, right? And then the basic understanding with respect to any cloud computing platform, it's like a pay as you go, right? The moment I say pay as you go, the idea here is, let's assume you have subscribed for an Azure SQL. You have created a SQL and you didn't use anything. You just created it. Azure won't bill you for that, right? Azure starts billing you if and only if you start working on it for this particular time. For example, you are running some service for 20 minutes. So Azure will charge only for the 20 minutes, not less, not more. Correct? This is a very good advantage. And if at all you think of your on-premise systems for anything, you're starting your website of your own. And then today you will think, right, okay, I'm starting my website and I expect some hard disk and I expect some storage, like I want some 40 GB, right? So on the day one, you will be spending amount for that 40 GB, right? And you don't have any trust, like you will be using that 40 GB or don't know, you might be ended up using 5 GB and then you're wasting rest 35 GB, right? So here it's not like that. The only thing, whatever you subscribe, only for that you will be charged. And that particular amount of time, as simple as it, and it is very important, right? That's the reason these days many people are trying to move towards Azure because of these benefits, right? Add more resources quickly as and when required, right? This I have very quickly, this I have very explained just by taking an example of migrating from SQL to Cosmos or whatever it is, right? So today you will start with SQL. And then you say you feel like I want to start logging, right? What is logging is an application produces a lot of logs, right? So you need to log them, you need to store them somewhere so that if at all any error happens, you get to see that logs and understand, okay, this is what is happening. So you can add one more resource called log analytics. Log analytics helps you to log this particular information, which will helps you to track if any error happens. Just an example again. And you can add n number of resources, whatever you want, right? And few folks said they are working on .NET, right? So currently, how do you host .NET applications? You host in, for example, IIS servers, right? And now in Azure, you have something called app configs. You can host in the app configs. So you have an .NET application, no need to think of any other outside servers. You have your own Azure servers where you can add that resource easily and you can deploy it, right? It's as simple as it, right? And then release resources when not in use and save on the cost, obviously, right? For example, you have started on something like a POC of something of that sort with respect to an application called you started using Synapse, right? And then you felt, no, Synapse is very costly. I don't want to deal with Synapse. The similar thing, what I'm trying to achieve in Synapse pools, I can achieve in Databricks. Okay, Databricks is cheaper than Synapse. Okay, now let's turn off the Synapse. Let me save some money out there and let me move to Databricks, right? You can decide on multiple resources, whatever you want, and you can jump to that particular resources and you can play around it. So this is what you get to use with respect to, you can release the resources if not in use, right? And resources are all available over the internet. So that's the main definition, right? Each and everything is available in the internet for you with respect to Azure. It has around like 200 sources, guys. Believe me, Azure has more than 200 resources available on the internet, right? Like mobile application. If at all you're looking for IoTs, it has IoT hubs, right? If at all you're looking for machine learning, it has its own resources. For artificial intelligence, it has its own resources. For storage, it has enormous resources for storing, right? Like MySQL support, it has MongoDB, it has like n number of things. You name it, Azure has it. It is of that sort, right? Then, yep, this is a basic understanding of what it is, right? And advantages more or less we covered, right? If at all we walk through it again, pay as you go, right? You just pay only for the resources and the duration of use, as simple as it, right? Scalability, right? So scalability, as I already gave an example of that 40 GB example, right? Today you took 40 GB. You are not into Azure and you blindly took 40 GB outside any storage provider, and then you feel 40 GB is waste. No, I don't want 40 GB. I just need 10 GB. I cannot scale down if at all you're in on-premise or something, right? But with respect to Azure, you start with 40 GB. You want to scale down to 10 GB, you can do it. Then Azure will charge only for that 10 GB. Okay. If at all you scale up to 2 terabytes, that also it is possible, obviously, right? Today your website has a lot of success and a lot of users came into the picture. So at that point of time, 40 GB is not response for them, is not enough for them, right? You need to scale up to 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes. At that point of time, scaling up is very easy. It won't take much time, right? If at all you are in on-premise, or if at all you're dealing without the help of cloud computing, it's very tedious job, right? Again, you need to purchase, you need to tell your users to stop using because there's a lot of load. Your applications won't work. There's a lot of confusion happening, right? So to avoid all these things, we have a concept of scalability where you can scale up and can scale down the resources, right? And then elasticity, whenever I said, if at all you feel this particular resource is no help to me, whatever I did POC here, it's not working. So then let's release the source and then save some money, right? All these things are available. And then availability, right? So what is availability? Any website you see in today's world, any, what to say, big websites like Facebook or something, right? It is always available. It's always up and running, right? If at all you build something on your own, which is not always available, for example, you open a Facebook and you try to sign in, you get to see an error. There is some problem happening, some error message. Do you feel happy? No, right? Now, why this Amazon and Facebook are always up and running? Because the availability of this particular resource is always high, because they would have deployed in some cloud computing platforms, which is always up and running, and you don't need to worry about much about it, right? So this is availability. Any website you build, the availability is very much important, right? If at all your website is not working for 2-3 hours, at that point of time, whoever users are using your website, they feel very unhappy about it because this is not working. So all these things you can take care with respect. No need to take care. Azure thing has its availability 99.9999%. Your resources are always available. There are like, what to say, point not one case where your resources go down. Then you might ask me a question. So what at that point, not one time, what should I do if my resource go down? We also have some solutions for you. For example, there's a natural calamities have happened, right? Like you would have seen some news, right? In Japan, some like an earthquake happened where data centers went for a toss and all my data got collapsed, right? These news you would be often hearing. So at that point of time, there is a concept called geo redundancies. When I say geo redundancy, I'll be talking more about them in the further classes, guys, but just giving a one-liner, right? Even though one location goes for a toss, you can rely on the other location, which will help you to bring back your resources, right? If at all you're on-premise, if at all you're dealing all this in on-premise, no, you don't get this kind of feasibility, right? Only with respect to cloud computing platforms, you get all these particular things. And then maintenance. This is again goes in hand with availability, right? So whenever you create any resource like SQL or a Cosmos, you don't need to worry like, okay, this SQL will be up and running or it will be going for a toss. What if my users are using it going for a toss? Nothing. You don't need to think about it because it's always up and available. That is what any cloud computing platform will promise you. So maintenance, there is very less zero maintenance, not less maintenance. There is zero maintenance with respect to Azure. All you need to focus on your core fundamentals, right? If at all you're building an architect, what to say, you're designing it, storage, right? Which is good, like SQL tables. You need to focus on what tables I should create, what primary key I should put on it, what foreign key I should put on it, how do I divide my tables, how do I divide my data. So all these things you should think. You should never think about, will this be up and running? What if it goes for a toss? No, because your prime focus is to focus on the business criteria, not on this, what to say, whether it will be up and running of that sort. Because Azure promises you it's always up and running, guys. This is what a beauty of this particular cloud computing platform, right? And then the last but not the least, right? OPEX model, right? So there are basically, if at all you know a bit about the financial terms, any business you take, they talk something as a model, right? There are two models in the industry. One is the CapEx model and one is the OpEx model, right? Whenever I say CapEx model, CapEx stands for capital expenditures, right? Whenever I say think of building a website or something, that time we should purchase many things, right? Like software, memory, bandwidth, CPU, routers, everything. So that is called a CapEx. So you are investing more on capital expenditure, right? You are investing more on CapEx. So that is called a CapEx model. And then OpEx model is something, a best example is like a cloud computing platform, right? For example, OpEx. What is OpEx? Stands for operational expenditure. What is an operational expenditure? You just pay for what you use. That's it. Current bill. You just only pay for the how many units you have used. That's it, right? You never bother about what is gonna happen. You never bother about that the towers are like transformers outside, right? You never pay for that. You just pay for the operational expenditure for the how many hours it has built. Only for that many hours you will produce the money. That's it. So that is called an OPEX model. So all these cloud computing platforms run on the OPEX model, guys. Okay, that is what, right? Hope you understood a bit of cloud computing, right? We haven't started on Azure yet, guys. This is just on cloud computing because you should know before jumping onto Azure where Azure comes from. Azure is a cloud computing platform. So now that we have understood the basic information with respect to this cloud computing, right? So why cloud computing? Why not cloud? Why should we use this cloud computing? All these kinds, right? So in any cloud computing environment, they talk with respect to terminologies. So predominantly we have three terminologies, right? So that is called IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, right? So IaaS stands for infrastructure as a service, right? So infrastructure is more or less like it's like a metal part of hosting, right? Without this infrastructure, we all know we cannot do anything, right? So what and all comes under infrastructure, like this virtual machines, RAM, CPU, network related things, routers, bandwidth, and firewall to protect some this ransom, hacking, all these things comes under IaaS, infrastructure as a service, right? And then PaaS. PaaS stands for platform as a service. So whenever there's a platform, all these databases, SQL servers, right, operating systems, web servers. So all this comes under platform as a service, right? And then the last thing is called a SaaS. SaaS is a software as a service. For example, Gmail. Like Gmail is a software as a service. We never go and write code for how to send a message, how to delete a message. We never write any code, right? They have packed everything and they have given to us. We'll just be using that particular software, like Account 365, like Zoom, Teams. So all this is called a software. So we'll just be using it. That's it, right? No need to think about too much into this, but just I want to give a terminology like outside world. How do they define the terms? So that this is how they define the terms. And now in our Azure batch, right, we will be dealing on this particular PaaS systems. Each and every resource, which and every service, whichever we're dealing in this class is a PaaS system actually, right? That is called a platform as a service. Okay. So for example, IaaS, infrastructure, right? You take any infrastructure like virtual machine, that is a infrastructure as a service. That comes as IaaS, right? And then CPUs, how many vCores you want, what is the amount of hard disk you want, RAM, all these things comes under IaaS, infrastructure as a service. And then what and all comes under PaaS? Databricks is a PaaS service. SQL is a PaaS service. Key Vaults is a PaaS service. Synapse is a PaaS service. So all this is it's like a platform as a service. They have baked everything and given, and then you do some work on top of it, like you create tables, you write queries, and you expose that queries to the outer world. So all these things you deal with respect to PaaS, right? And in our current Azure DP2 Node 3, like we predominantly dealing with PaaS only. All the questions, whatever you get, you can expect from this PaaS layer, right? So this we'll be double clicking more on this in our respective classes. Okay. And now how do I log into this Azure environment? Let me close this and do it again. So portal.azure.com. Okay. Obviously, this is how the moment you what to say, you sign up, the moment you sign up, obviously you get a mail ID and a credential, right? So you put on your mail IDs. So this is my mail ID. Next. So this is how you sign into your Azure portal, guys. So this is how an Azure portal looks like. Okay. This is my particular login. And then the moment I logged in, you get to see this credit. So I have around 10,000 credit in this particular subscription, right? I haven't used anything. It's more or less, you can say I have recharged for 10,000 rupees, which I thought I should spend on this particular course. I have recharged it for 10,000 rupees. Assuming I have finished all this particular credit, yes, and then again I should recharge it. You can assume it like a phone. For phone, how do we do recharges in a similar way? And then by now you should have got one more question. How do I get to know where am I spending? What am I spending? how much I'm spending for what and all, you can get to see. There is a particular service called Azure Cost Management, which will help you to understand on particular resource how much I'm spending from which period to which period, right? What is the forecast amount on this? If at all I use in this similar fashion, what will be the cost tomorrow, day after tomorrow? That also it will predict, right? Based on this, you can decide, okay, I am going out of my budget, I am going below my budget, I have my budget. All these questions get answered whenever we deal about cost management rule. Okay. And then if you see, these are my recent resources, what I have been using it. Okay. Horizontal scaling and the vertical scaling. Okay. So now let's understand what is horizontal scaling, right? So what is horizontal scaling? Horizontal scaling is more about procuring more machines, right? Increasing the infrastructure. Like if at all you have 2 virtual machines, I'll increase to 3 virtual machines. So that is called horizontal scaling. Okay. Now, what is vertical scaling? So vertical scaling is what we are interested in and which we deal more in this class. Okay. So vertical scaling is more about, as I clearly explained in the first class. So currently I have targeted some set of users which require this much of CPU, this much of memory, and this much of storage. Okay. And now, as my website, people keep on using it, the demand is more. And at that point of time, it gets throttled, right? If at all 10 people are using, well and fine. How about 20 people will pitch in? That will be a problem to me, right? So at that point of time, what should I do? I should scale up my resources, right? But do you think scaling up is really takes time or not? We'll be knowing now. But if at all you are dealing with an on-premise system, scaling up it is not possible. And even though if it is possible, it will take a lot of time, right? Now let's understand, if at all I have that problem statement, how do I scale up my resources? And assuming that too many people are not using my particular resource, how do I scale down, right? So let me go back to my Azure portal. Right now, I do have a SQL database here. Okay, let me open this particular SQL database. Okay, in this particular SQL database, there is something called compute plus storage. So currently, my SQL database, this is about DTUs. So now, this particular database has, if you see this number, this is as 5 DTUs, right? And now, if you see the cost of it, the cost per DTU is 71 rupees. Okay, and now number of DTUs I selected is 5. So 71 into 5, 359 per month. It is clearly telling you, if at all you use this system, you will be estimated cost is around 360 rupees. Okay. And now my user base is not happy with this particular thing and they're seeing a lot of throttle or something. So at that point of time, what should I do? I should scale up my resources. So like, what do I do? If at all I want to scale up my resources, I will probably go to other service tier, right? So for example, if you see there are multiple service tiers and I'll go with standard, and now the starting is 10 and you can maximum go to 3000 DTUs. So the more the DTUs, the more the power or something of that set. Okay. Now from 5 to 10, I am migrating. So more or less you should understand, I am scaling up it. So I just need to apply. If you see here, scaling from basic 2 GB to standard 10 DTUs. So more or less I'm increasing my DTUs. Correct. So basically this is how we scale in, right? You go to this compute and storage and then you select your interested payload and then you do apply, automatically it will scale in. Okay. So ideally, so whenever this particular migration happens, obviously, right? So some kind of work within database, something is happening. So I won't tell you your database will be completely down, but there is a document which talks about, let's assume if at all I'm querying something at that particular point of time, assuming normally it takes 30 milliseconds, at this point of time it takes 2 seconds. So this will happen. This is expected as well, okay? Because you're migrating something, you're changing some configs. In time, it should go for a deployment, all such things. But don't think it entire thing will take more than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It will just take some time. That's it. It won't be that much eruption for you guys, okay? So this is about the scaling. And now this is one more problem statement. So what exactly it is talking? So, and this problem statement in day out life, you get to see, right? For example, the moment I start my particular work or something at early in the morning, 6 to 9, the number of folks who uses my particular website is almost less, right? As the day proceeds at very actual work timings, like 9, if at all I'm working for an Indian organization, the actual working timings are 9 to 6, right? So at that point of time, I expect huge load, right? So at the early in the morning, 6 to 9, I expect only some DRI teams, what they'll be working day in, day out. But at actual time, I can see more folks using my particular system. So at that point of time, I cannot manually be there and scale up and scale down, right? So there should be some sort of thing which should detect the load and it should automatically scale. Okay. So that is called automatic scaling. So this I can walk you through one more example so that you also get familiarized to this tool. Okay. Now you guys understood the problem statement. If the more the day is increasing, the more users are using it. So at that time, I cannot be there and manually scale up all the time, right? So there is something configuration called automatic scaling. So if at all the load is more than this, it'll automatically scale, right? How good, right? So it'll automatically scale and it won't cause any disruption to your user base. So that is called automatic scaling. So for that, if you see there is something called enable auto scaling, right? So if at all I disable, no, it won't auto scale. The moment I enable auto scale, I should put from what to what, obviously, right? I should put some limit from here to here, you can auto scale, right? It's not like, for example, there are 10 users. I might tell him like till 15 users, you auto scale. All of a sudden, if at all 100 users come in and if at all it auto scales and all your budget might go out of toss, right? You would have spent some budget like $1,000 and all of a sudden some 10,000 people work comes into the picture and it like huge disruptions. And when you say auto scale, it by default it'll auto scale, but it should put some limit, right? These many systems you handle, right? Beyond that, it's okay. Even though they face some problems, it's okay. So that kind of environment is called auto scaling, right? Azure will provide you more resources, which in turn helps the users not to throttle. They will see as is, even though more users come onto this particular system, they won't see any disruptions. So that is called auto scaling, right? So this is one of the good concepts which you get to see in Azure. And one more thing, fault tolerance, right? And by the name, the word, you should understand something, right? So I am using some database or some server, right? What if all of a sudden something happened to this particular data center or like other particular region where I hosted it went for a toss, right? Went for a toss as in we cannot promise on our natural calamities, right? We never know when a problem occurs. We never know when a disruption happens. And disruption, you might think an earthquake or a tsunami or whatever it is. Now you should be worried about why is he talking about earthquakes and tsunamis, right? But for the folks who has good understanding of this business, Microsoft has its data centers underneath the sea. I'm not sure how many of you read this information in news or something, right? We have our data centers inside Pacific Ocean, all such things. They would have wrapped inside these oceans, right? Inside these big, huge buildings, the data centers. And what is the data centers in tradition? It's like some networking route, some space where you store your information. That's it. Obviously, right? Whenever I store some data in a database, logically it's a database, but internally it is storing your data somewhere. What if that place is going for a toss? That particular point of time, if at all you read your database, obviously you won't get the data because the place where you are storing the data has been out completely, right? This is a bigger problem statement in today's world we have. Like at that point of time, Azure has one option to you. So what is that called? That is called disaster recovery, right? So for example, let me annotate it. So I have my particular resources in some region, right? For example, I have my particular resources in Hyderabad. I have hosted my resources in Hyderabad, right? This is Hyderabad and this is Bangalore. And Hyderabad resources has some problem and it has collapsed. It has disastered completely. Okay, it was a disaster and I am not able to spin up these resources again. So Azure has a mechanism. Whenever you're creating a resource, you tell Azure like, my system should take care of this particular disaster recoveries. So at that point of time, Azure will recommend you another region. So whenever I say other region, it's a Bangalore region. So now it will give you other region, which is almost like 1,100 miles away from the primary region. So for example, this is a primary region. This is a secondary region, right? Now Azure by default will give you a secondary region, which is 1,000 miles away from Hyderabad. Now, whenever you write some data into this particular database, I've inserted 2 records, right? It will insert 2 records in this particular Bangalore region database as well, right? And if you ask me, why am I doing this? Obviously, standing today, it will not be useful. At one particular point of time, where your database size has grown up, where your tables has grown up, where your user set has grown up, like 1,000 users are depending on this particular database. Till now, no problem. 2 years, you happily used it. You got more accolades, all good. But all of a sudden on the 11th, on the 3rd year, it went for a toss. Entire database went for a toss. All your 1,000 users are having problems, right? At that point of time, it will by default route it to the secondary database, right? Even though this is going for a toss, you can go back to the secondary database and you can pull the data. But at this 1,000 users, they don't have any idea. Okay, Hyderabad region went for a toss. Now I'm using Bangalore region. No, it's like abstracted to them because they see the same performance, everything. That's how this disaster recovery comes into the picture, and that is how it will help us, guys, right? I'll take a pause here. If you have any questions, you think about this disaster recovery. More I'll be talking about it when I deal with SQL or storage accounts, but this is an high level understanding. Even though my particular subscription or anything goes for a toss, I still have a backup in some other region, right? And that is how I'll get it back. Obviously, Microsoft doesn't give you anything for free, right? If at all you opt of this particular geolocation transfer, obviously you'll be charged more. If at all you ask me how much they'll charge, it depends on which region you are choosing. It depends on how much data you have. It has multiple parameters and characteristics. Okay, but on a high level, yes, it will charge you more. Obviously, right? Till now we are using one. Now you are using two. Obviously, it will charge for the other two as well. But now you can ask the question: I am not at all using this for 2 years. Will Azure will charge me? Yes, it will charge you for storage, right? Obviously, you're storing data here, and here, if you see, you are storing the data, and you are what to say, you're reading and writing and data as well, right? You are querying this database as well, right? For the compute, right? So now Azure won't charge for that because you're just storing the data. Azure will charge only for the storage cost, right? So that is the fundamental aspect here. Okay, right? So this is how it goes, guys. And now one more topic. This is what disaster recovery. What is a disaster? Any serious disruption which is caused either by human or nature. So whenever I say nature, you know, right? That is what I was saying: tsunamis, earthquakes, all these things. And humans, we are obviously bound to make some errors, right? We are not like machines. We also make some errors, right? At that time also, you can what to say replicate to other things and you can get it from there, right? And now, with respect to any cloud, there are three clouds. Okay, by names we say private cloud, public cloud, and a hybrid cloud. Okay, so what is a private cloud? That's a hyphen term, but private cloud is nothing but an on-premise systems, right? So what is an on-premise system? You download your server, you build, you do all that administrative work, right? You are the owner of it, right? So when I say you are the owner of it, you are bound enough to deal with capex and opex, right? Whenever you deal with your own data center, obviously you should purchase everything and you should do it on your own. So that is called a private cloud, right? And contrary to it, there is something called public cloud. What is public cloud? Whatever we have been dealing till now. Any cloud service provider which will give you all the resources, by definition, they say it is a public cloud, right? Here, the capital expenditure is zero. You don't need to spend anything. But what is it you're going to do it here? What is the opposite of it? This is called capital expenditure. Not, it's an operational expenditure, right? The amount of thing you use it, that is what you spend it, and that is what you build it. That's it. You get billed for it, right? This is called public cloud. And one last thing, that is called hybrid cloud. So there might be a problem statement. There might be an organization where they say, I have a SQL database and I have a .NET application where I'm hosting in IaaS servers. But going forward, I want to deal with Azure. So what this cloud provider say, this particular organization say, I don't want to migrate my SQL, but I want to migrate my C# applications. That is what he'll say. So that is okay. Azure will say, okay, so all your SQL you deal of your own, I don't bother, but all your data, all your C# services, I can deploy to Azure. That is called hybrid. Half of your systems will rely in with your own data centers. Other half of your systems will be dealing with the cloud. So that is called an hybrid cloud. This is a great flexibility, right? Obviously, if at all, Azure is never telling like, no, you should migrate your SQL or else I won't support you. No, nothing like that. This is like more of a flexible environment where they respect your conditions and then they migrate only of your interested resources and Azure will charge only on that particular thing. That's it, right? So this is a bit about the cloud services providers, right? Now, let me go this here. So the terminology is this one. So what exactly is this? We spoke about Azure, it's a cloud, and what are the terminologies? IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Now let me come back to this Azure portal. Okay, so now, as I clearly say, let me annotate also so that we'll understand it very easily. I have logged into this Azure portal, right? This is not an organization portal. This is my personal account portal. So whenever I say personal, so far, I am the only person who is able to access to this, right? No other person can pitch into my cloud and I can do it. So what is the first differentiator for that? So there is something called Azure Active Directory. Let me talk about a bit here. What is Azure Active Directory? So if you see here, this is my tenant ID, right? If at all anyone is using Azure or anyone has Azure environment, you can go to this Azure directory and you see here, it will be different because this is the GUID, a unique identifier which will differ from one system to other system, one environment to other environment. If at all you are working for Accenture and Accenture has its Microsoft subscription, for them, the tenant ID will be different. For a person who is working in Infosys, and if at all they're using Azure, their tenant ID will be different. And again, don't confuse like inside Infosys, there will be 1,000 employees and each and every employee will have its own tenant ID. No, right? Like Infosys will reach out to Microsoft saying that I want one Azure subscription and I want these many licenses, right? So this many licenses as in like 2000 people can work on board to this particular tenant ID. Then there will be only one tenant ID where all the Infosys users can log into this particular tenant ID and work. Currently, this is my own. I am the only person. Assume like Ajitesh Gupta is an organization. I am the only person. I haven't invited anyone. Right? This is my off phone. So this is the first differentiator you get to see here. Okay, own tenant ID, and you get to see one more thing called a global administrator. So this is called the default directory. Okay. So this is what an Azure directory. So what is the benefit of this Azure directory? So today you have a Facebook application, you have an Amazon. For that particular things, it's not a single sign-on, right? Single sign-on as in if at all you logged into one particular, all other accounts will be established. It's not that way, right? So for example, now I am using SQL, right? For that, the username and password is same. I am using Databricks. For that, username and password is same, right? It is not like for each and every service you'll have your own username and passwords, right? It's like a single sign-on. The moment you sign on to Azure portal, Azure Active Directory takes care of you. So you don't need to sign on anything. So for example, you see here, I'll click this. This is a Databricks. This is a new other resource. It has nothing to do with SQL. I am just going to launch Workspace. See, signing into Azure, signing in using Azure Active Directory single sign-on. It will sign in. That's it. So the moment you log on to this Azure portal, you will have your identity established with Azure Active Directory, right? You are not gonna do it. For example, you're joining in an organization, you won't go to.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This particular users and you will add it. Some admin guy already, like who is taking care of this Azure portal, they would have already onboarded you to this particular directory. So the moment you log in, you would have access for all the subscriptions. Okay, so that is called a very basic understanding of what is Azure Active Directory. So now this is what it is up to it. Okay, now I want to take a step back and I want to cover one small thing, and I'll again come back to this Azure Active Directory to finish a full circle. Then only you'll understand the actual concept. Okay. Now let's talk about the hierarchy. The hierarchy is this way. So you will have an Azure Active Directory at the top. This is a parent. Without this, you cannot do anything. Perfect. I have my Azure Active Directory, right, established. So this is called a tenant ID, right? Now inside this, I can have subscriptions. Now let's understand what's the subscription. Correct. Now I am working for an organization called Infosys, right? In Infosys, there will be n number of projects, n number of teams working on n number of problems. Correct. Now, for example, there's a team called sales team. For example, there's a team called development team. Right. For example, there's a team called a Java team. Be it anything. I'm just giving some naming convention. So there's a team called ABCD team. Right. Now, for all these guys, the tenant is same. Why the tenant is same? Because they're under the same roof called Infosys. So this is how it typically happens. Like now I work for Microsoft, right? All Microsoft employees, the tenant ID is same, right? And now under this Azure Active Directory, under this tenant ID, whatever it is, you can create n number of subscriptions. Now we should understand what is a subscription, right? Now we all know what is a Netflix subscription, right? What is a Prime subscription, right? So what is it? You are logging automatically. You will get one subscription. Under that subscription, you can do anything, right? You can watch movies. You can do whatever you need it. Okay. And then the subscription differs a lot, right? Now, as I was explaining you, there is something called a sales team. So what this team does, they will create one subscription and they will add the resources, whatever they want. So as I said, this is a sales team. So obviously they will deal with a lot of databases, right? So they can create a SQL database. They can create a Cosmos database. All they can do it. But you should understand, to create any service, there is something called subscription, which is mandatory. Okay. Now, without subscription, I cannot do it. Yes, without subscription, you cannot do it. The prime funda here is you should create a subscription. Under that only you can create your resources, right? Now, in the similar way, there are 4 teams, right? Obviously, each and every team will create their own subscription, right? Obviously, right? Why this particular teammate will have access to this SQL? No, it's nowhere, right? You just think yourself, you exactly deal with what other person team is doing. No, right? It's all what was abstracted. You never know what the other person is doing, where is his data stored, what work he's doing. It's all abstracted. But under the roof, you'll be working on the same tenant. Now, this is the subscription. So under this Azure Active Directory, you will have a subscription, right? You have a number of subscriptions. Now let me go to my subscription, which is created. So this is called a Visual Studio subscription, right? And now, if at all you are working, if at all you create a free trial, by default, they will give one subscription. For a free trial resources, you cannot create more than one subscription, right? I have mine also more or less comes under a free trial product, free trial subscription only. You get to see, I have only one subscription. I didn't create it. The moment I logged in, they have already given me one subscription. Okay. In the similar manner, if at all you have done for any free trial, you will get one subscription. You cannot create only more. Assuming you are working for an organization, obviously you can create n number of subscriptions or whatever it is, you can do it, right? For a personal thing, they're limiting to only one because it's a free trial. They are not expecting you to create 10, 11 and charge more for them, right? For a free trial, you get only one. Okay. Now I have only one subscription, but inside that subscription, you get to see resource groups. Now let's understand what is a resource group, right? See, inside this subscription, I have multiple resource groups. Okay. Now I explained you, a subscription is a mandatory. Without that subscription, you cannot do anything. Fine. And now the next thing is, under this subscription, you can create resource groups. And again, if you ask me, is it mandatory? Yes. Under a subscription, you should create a resource group. Under this resource group only, you can create your resources, right? Now let's understand how this resource group will help us and what is the significant role of this, right? So why this resource group concept came into the picture is there, right? So under the subscription, there is a team of 10 people who deal with multiple things, right? Obviously, all 10 people won't solve the same problem. Assuming like 2 people will do admin stuff, 3 people will do testing work, and there will be one manager, and then 5 people will be developing, right? And assuming that this particular team has 2 projects. Inside this sales only, they have 2 projects. So now what they'll do, they will create 2 resource groups, right? 2 resource groups, saying that resource group 1 and resource group 2. I'm just giving some naming conventions, guys, okay? So now what I'll do, this subscription, there are 2 resource groups, right? Now, I have properly maintained, this is for project 1, this is for project 2, right? And now this project 1, guys, they deal with SQL, they deal with Cosmos. So they create their own services in this. The second team, they deal with they deal with Databricks. Okay, they'll create a Databricks under this resource. So this is one hierarchy, how particular resource group they create. So this is one way. Then I'll tell you one more way how people are doing in so and so organization. So in my organization, in my team, what exactly we do, So what do we do is we create one subscription, mandatory. Inside that, we will create 3 resource groups. One is for POC, one is for dev or UAT, whatever it is. One is for prod, right? And we all know what is this, right? So what is a POC environment? So what we do all our, what is a POC steps? If at all we get a problem statement, we create some resources and we'll keep on playing into it. Okay, whether this is successful or not. And this POC environment, everyone will have an access, right? For example, there are 10 people in my team. We give this access to all the 10 people. And my manager will tell, this is the environment you have, whatever you want, you do it. You want to create SQL, you create, you do whatever you do it, it's okay. Now, my POC is successful. What is a POC? It's a proof of concept. Before we jump on to building some solution, we design few things and we will get it approved, right? And now once it get approved, we will migrate from this environment to this environment, like dev or UAT. Here, this is how we build our prototypes, right? And then we will expose this to some users, right? We have some user base like clients, we say, right? We'll expose this to client. They'll also do some testing. And once it is approved, then only we will move to prod, right? Now, these are the 3 resources which I created. This, everyone has the access. This, only developers will have the access. And this, few developers and the clients will have the access. Obviously, right? There's a prod system. I cannot give access to each and everyone. Then it will go for a toss. So this is the hierarchy which we follow in any traditional organization, right? Let me go back to Azure Active Directory. As I was clearly telling from the first, I'm telling I'm the only person who is working on this particular tenant ID. Now, I have onboarded 2 people. Like I have a problem and I recruited 2 people and I have onboarded. So for that, what exactly happens in the backend is go to users. And for the person who has asked user, this I created some dummy users. That's it. No worries about it. Okay. Now let's assume if you see, this is the actual person, right? Member Microsoft account, right? This is me. Now I am recruiting 2 people and I'm adding into my system. I'll do new user, username. I'll say person 1, right? And if at all, if you see, this is a domain, right? This is my personal bvajiteshgupta@gmail.onmicrosoft.com. This is a domain for this person. Okay. Now name, I'll make it as person 1. Okay. This is the name of that person. Now auto generate password. Okay, this would have generated some auto password. Let me copy paste this because using these credentials only I should log in. Okay, that's it, right? This is a password. You can create your own passwords as well, right? There is something called groups and roles. I'll come to it. For now, I haven't done anything. I just created an user, right? I have created an user. Okay. Now this is the user ID of that particular username or user ID, whatever you call it. Okay. And now each and every person in an organization will have unique ID, right? That is called an object ID, right? If at all I add 10 people, each and every person will have their own unique ID. That's it, right? Now this is what I said. Now what I'm going to do, I will log out. I will log in as that particular user, whatever I've created just now. And let's see what is going to happen. Yeah, if at all you're logging for the first time, it will ask you to create your own password, guys. So let me create one. Perfect. See, the new person, the new joinee has logged into Ajitesh organization. Okay. The new person has logged into this organization. Now, if you see, it's very plain. It has nothing. This is how you get to see if at all you're logging in for the first time, right? See person one at the rate of thing. Now, let's go to Azure Active Directory. Did you get to see this? It's the same tenant, right? Why it is the same tenant? Because he has joined the Ajitesh organization, right? Ajitesh organization tenant is this one. So for him, the tenant ID will be the same. Okay. So this is what one thing. Now let me go and see the subscription, what it has. Oh, oops, I don't see any subscription. Access not given. So now this particular person has not access to any of this particular subscription. Now what we'll do, let me sign out. Who can give access to this particular subscription? Who is the owner of that particular person should give the access, right? Now there is something called access control, right? I'll click on this access control. I am giving a reader access. If you see the accesses here, it has n number of roles, owner, contributor, reader, all these things, right? If at all you see the description of it, when I give owner, he has full access. Once I give him a owner, he will get the almost equal roles what Ajitesh has. Like if you see, he can access anything. He can also assign roles, anything he can do. He can add new person. He can give access to that person, everything, right? What is contributor? Contributor, he can do anything for all the resources, but he cannot give any roles. He cannot delete a person. He cannot add a person. All the things he cannot do. But reader, he can just view the resources. That's it. Members, user, right? Click on this thing. Now person one, right? I'll click on the person one. I'll select this. I'll just review and assign. So now I have given the new user a reader role for him. Perfect. Now come here. Person one has a reader. Now let's go and check. Sometimes it will take some time, but sometimes it will be very instantaneous. And someone has just free trial can have only one subscription, but n number of resource groups. Perfect. Now you get to see this particular person one, right? Because I've given him the reader access, right? Prior to that, he was not able to see it. Okay. Again, you saw something. He is not able to see the resource groups because he don't have the permission. I just gave the permission to subscription, right? Haven't given the root level to parent level access. So this is the how the security plays an important role here, right? Now, if at all person one has to work on my SQL, what I should do? I should go to my resource groups. I should give access to the resource group or the services, whatever he or she wants to work, right? This is how the roles play a prominent role here, guys. Okay. It's not that whoever has the, even though if you hack my credentials, you can't do anything, nothing you can do, literally nothing, because I haven't given you enough access, right? Now, it is very difficult for me to add all persons, right? For example, there are 2000 people in an organization, all have joined on the same day. It is very difficult. So for that, there is something called bulk operations, right? I can have a bulk create, bulk invite, bulk delete, okay? I can import all the users at one shot. So that is also possible. And now there is something called invite. So what exactly it is happening? This is like create a user. This is invite is something like if at all I give an email address, you will get a mail saying that Ajitesh has invited to its particular organization. Do you want to go it? So the moment you accept it and you log in, you would be diverted to my particular organization. That's it. See, any user, if at all he wants to do something in Azure portal, he should have some roles, right? I have explained you 3 roles: owner, contributor, reader. If at all I give him a owner.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Yes, he can create resource groups. If at all he can create resource groups, he can add more users, he can add delete more users. But if at all I give him a contributor, he can create the resources, everything, but he cannot add more users on the table. No, he cannot do that. If at all I give him a reader role, he can just view, he cannot do anything, right? So anything in Azure portal, if at all you want to play around with it, you should have a prominent role, right? If at all you want to create a resource group, then you should ask your manager, I want a owner access. If at all you give me a reader access, sorry, I cannot create a resource group, because that's how the limitations are. Hope you got clarified. Now, groups, right? So what exactly this group says, let's see. Now I can create a group, right? I can create a Jan group or something, right? And now I can select my name as a owner, and then I want to select the members. So let's assume there are 10 to 20 people in the organization. I want to select them. Like, so if I say I'll add this person to this group, and then I'll add a few more people's like user. Yeah. So now I have created a small group, assuming like there are n number of people in this group, and I've created this, right? Now, and this is my team group. Let's say I have a team of 10 people and I've added all the 10 people to this group, correct? Now, obviously, the moment they join my organization, obviously I should give access, or at least the same access to most of the people, right? So for that, what do? I go to my subscription, or this time, let me show you a resource group. So assume like this is my resource group. I will go here. I will add. So I'll say I will give all are my developers in my team. So let me give contributor access and members. I will say Jan group. See, right? The moment I select, if at all I review plus assign, assume like that 1,000 people or 10,000 people in that group, all the 10,000 people, person has left the organization. So at that time, for me, the job is very easy, right? I should remove the person from this group. The moment I remove the person from this group, it would be removed access from all the resources, right? As simple as that. Now I don't want to delete him and go and check what and all services he has. That and all I don't know to. If at all I remove this thing, well and fine. That is happy with, right? So this is how we give access in bulk via groups fashion. Okay. Now this is to some extent of accessing the resources. Now there is on top of it, there is something called app registration. Okay. So now let's understand what is an app registration. So this is a very good concept, and anyone in who is working on Azure gets access based on app ID, right? They have multiple ways of calling it. They say it as client ID. They say it as app ID. They say it as service principal. They say it as AAD. So with all these names, they keep calling that functionality. Okay. Now let me explain the problem statement. When do we use this? Why do we use this? Okay. So in an organization, obviously there are n number of teams, and sometimes where we are dependent on other team for some data, right? For example, I am working on some project, right? This is a team A, this is team B, right? And this team owns all the data related stuff. So for example, they have a storage account called sales or something, where they store all the sales information of one particular product. Okay, they have information called TVs, for example, and CSV. This is CSV file, washing machine .csv file. All this information they keep it, right? This team owns this data. That's the reason they have it, right? I deal with the building. I deal with reports. For example, my job is to create a report, right? Like how many sales are happening per month, per year. Assume some sort of it, right? Now, what I used to do, let's assume there are n number of people working in this team, right? There are n number of people working in this team. We never know at this month this person might work. Next month this might take up the work and he build the report. Next month this person this might take up this work and he build the report. Now it is very difficult for me to give access on person wise, right? Okay, person one, okay, January, Ajitesh will work. Okay, let me give access to Ajitesh for January. No, it's not. It's a very crude way of doing. Now there should be an intelligent way of assigning the access. I mean, like reading the data, right? This particular team should get the access of this particular files, and they should read the data and they should build the report. So for that, there's a concept called client ID or whatever it is, right? So for now, what happens was we can create one client ID and client secret. I will show that. For example, you understand there is a step where I will create one ID and secret, right? And now I will give to this team this ID. For example, my ID, it's a 16-digit GU ID. I will give this particular ID to this particular team, and I will tell them, I want to read your data and I want to build my reports. So please give access to this particular ID. That is what person A, team A will tell. So now what this team B will do, this team B will take the ID and go to the storage account, and he will add a role. How did we add person one? How did we add Jan batch? In the similar way, he will add this ID and he'll give some role to it, like contributor, owner, or reader, whatever it is, right? So instead of giving to the individuals, he will give access to this particular ID. Now, this is the team who has created the ID and secret. This particular team has no idea about secret. This particular team has only idea about ID, right? Now, this team will write a code in such a way that he will expose client ID and client secret, and he will get the data from this particular team. How is he getting? Via ID and secret. Now, if at all you ask, we should write some code for it. Yes, we should write some code for it. Why should we write the code? Because we need to establish a authentication here to get the data happens in a real-time scenario. Now you understood this problem statement, right? So go back to this Azure ID. Here, if you see, there is something called app registrations, right? Go to app registrations. So there is something called new registration. I will write some name, right? Access ID or whatever it is, like some ID I'll give it, okay? Now I will register it. But before registering, if you see, there are few options. Which one you want to select? It is what it is asking. So single tenant, multi-tenant. So now we'll understand. So whenever I say single tenant, that ID works only in this particular tenant ID, right? In this organization. If at all I make it as multi-tenant, I can ask, me being from Microsoft, I can ask Infosys person to share their data, right? This is called multi-tenant. You understood the concept, right? Single tenant works only in this organization. Multi-tenant, we can use that ID across the organizations, right? This is called a multi-tenant, right? And this is like a Skype or Xbox. If at all you want to, for gaming environments, if at all you deal, you can do this. And personal Microsoft accounts, this is something like Office 365 purpose. You don't need to worry about it, but you should majorly concentrate on single tenant and multi-tenant. For now, ours is a single tenant concept, right? We are not going to expecting to deal data from outside of our organizations, right? So for that, I opted single tenant and then register. Now I have created an application, right? Now I want a secret. How can I create a secret? Click on certificates and secrets. Currently, I don't have any secret, right? I will create a new client secret. Description, I will say access secret. I mean, like, we can name it anything. I'll say secret. And asking how many months you want to expire. 3 months recommended, 6 months or something, be it recommended. So after this, it gets expired and you want to create a new one, right? New secret. And now let me add this. Perfect. Now I should save this secret. This is not the secret. This is a secret value. I want to save this. I've saved it, right? And now go to overview. This is the ID, app ID or client ID, whatever it is, they'll call it. And if you see, this is tenant ID and this is object ID, like a unique ID, but we are interested on this client ID. So now this is my client ID and client secret. I have created my client ID and client secret, right? Now, as I said, I am from team A. I want to access team B's information. For example, team B is owning this storage account. If you see, this is a storage account. For example, this is a B's team where he has a lot of data here, and I want to read all this data, all these Excel files I want to read. So at that point of time, what will happen was I have transferred my client ID to team B. Now team B will come. It will come to access control. It will click on add. It will click on role assignment. It will say contributor. Now my ID, what team A has created, was passed to team B, and team B has given access to this particular blob. If you see the role assignments, you get to see access ID. Now, whoever, any person who is having access to this, he has client ID and client password, he can read the data from this blob. So that's mandatory to save your password. Please don't expose your passwords wherever you want. You cannot do it. You should hide it, right? Only your team person, your team can view this particular information, right? Now, what this particular team A will do, he'll write some piece of code. I will show that code as well, what to write, how to deal with it. So he will write some piece of code using this client ID and client secret, and then he will pull the data from that particular storage account. This is the concept. Now let's understand one more small concept, right? Which is very important to decide on my tires, right? Let me open it. Okay. So for a person who is going to start on some project, who wants to think, if at all I start on this, how much I will be charging, how much Azure will charge. You should obviously know, right? If at all you're starting on a project, obviously your manager will ask what tools you are using, right? What services you are using, how much cost you are expecting your project will happen. You being an individual developer may not deal with this stuff, but your manager, your program manager, your product manager will deal with this. He has to tell this organization saying that for this project to finish, I would be spending some $5,000, right? How will he decide $5,000? For example, I want to store some data in a storage account. Okay. Now, what exactly happens underneath with respect to Azure? I am talking with respect to Azure. If at all you ask me how Facebook has decided, that's a totally different topic. If at all you are working on an Azure and you want to assess the cost upfront, what do? You come to this pricing calculator. Let's assume I am dealing with storage accounts. Click on the storage accounts. Click on this. Perfect, right? Now, here it is asking you few questions, right? For now, this terminologies may sound weird to you, but when we deal with more with storage accounts, you'll understand. But for now, you understand. For pricing calculator, it is asking some questions and I should answer it. The moment I answer that questions, it will give me some number. So that is what my cost. So, right, this is a region. Like it is asking me which region you will store, like East US, West US, Central US, or something. There are different types of blobs. What is the performance? All these things. What is the tires? All these things you should input, right? And then it is asking how much GB you will store, right? Let's assume I'll store 1000 TB. Example, okay? If you see it cost $20,000 per month, right? And then if at all you block it for 1 year or 3 years, you get some discount, right? And then write operations. So what are the write operation means? How many times you write the data into your storage accounts, right? So one write operation costs 0.050. For example, I'll say I will write 1000 write operations. So it will cost $500, right? All these things, if at all you enter, at the end, you will get this. See here, upfront cost nothing. Monthly cost, you get to see this, right? Upfront as in, if at all you set up before setuping or something, you need to pay something. No. If at all you create a storage account, no, they won't charge you. If at all you create a blob, they won't charge you. Only if at all you do these operations, read operations, write operations, you get to see this budget. So this is again an estimated budget. With this budget, you can decide, okay, this is much it takes. You can take agreement of your team members or whatnot. This is how it works. See here, data retrieval, data read. So all these things you get to see here. Okay, list and create, container operations, read operations with respect to container. That's what all this information, very minute information, you get to see here. You can see that into INR, just that you need to convert it somewhere here, right? Now it got converted into this one. So this is how you get to see it, and you can export it, save it, share it, all things you can do it. Someone has asked me this price calculator and I'll ping you guys. So this is how you decide on a cost, right? Now, one thing I want to cover is cost management before we jump on to the actual agenda, right? So this is how where your billing happens. Okay, from Jan 1 to Jan 8, have spent around 725 rupees, right? And trust me, I haven't used on weekdays, but it still costed me because I am storing some data throughout. Like if at all you go to my storage accounts, you saw n number of files, right? Right? You saw n number of containers, you saw n number of files, right? So for all these things, there is a storage cost. Obviously, nothing is for free, right? That's it. And if at all you go for a SQL, yes, I do have tables, I do have data in it. So for that's the reason, even though I don't query the data, I am storing the data. For that, Azure has costed me some amount. Right now, let's understand this cost management things. Right now, click on the subscription. Now let me go to this cost analysis. And guys, this cost analysis is not a real time. It's 12-hour delay, something, right? For example, I spent some $12 at this second. It will reflect in this portal after 6 hours or something. This is not the real time. Obviously, it will also take some time to process and get the billing, right? And now, for example, I am telling from Jan 2nd to Feb 1. Okay, I want to say daily how much I've spent, and I want to clearly column. See, Jan 2nd 124, more or less same cost I'm spending each and every day. This is okay, but I want to understand where am I spending. For that, what do we do? Go to filters. I want to know on what resources I have spent. Resource type. Yeah, it's not filtered, it's group by. See, now you are get a clear understanding. Synapse 53 rupees, some servers 34 rupees, some again databases, some 11 rupees I spent, right? In this similar way, you get to understand where are you spending each and every penny, right? And now if you come to this diagrams, it will show you for this resource group, you spend this much, and this resource group, you spend this much. Location, right? All these pie charts will be very handy to you, right? Storage, I spent 4 rupees, guys. See how much cheap. SQL 205, Synapse 306. I'm not doing anything, but still it cost me 300 because I stored have some data over there for you people to show it on the Synapse day, right? So this is how you do it, right? And then, okay, I want to tell one more thing before that. Let me show this budgets. Okay, so this budgets is all about you can create some budget, right? So if at all my Azure subscription reaches some 3K, it should mail me. It should trigger a mail. This is very handy, right? I am gonna spend on continuously, but I never know what every day I don't come and check, right? How much is there, how much is not there. But I want to know for every 1000K, 3000, it should send me an email so that I'll understand, okay, I've spent 3000, there is still more money I can do it. How do you do it? Come to budgets, click on add subscription, right? You name it something, billing month, okay? See, here is what you give the budget. So if at all it reaches 5000, see, if at all it reaches 5000 mark. See, in November, I spent a lot of almost 8000 I spent. Okay. So once it reaches 5000, it will mail me. I will like, okay. So it will mail me so that I'll be very happy to understand. Okay. This is what I'm spending all such information. Okay. That is how you do it. You name it like, right. I just fill the budget. Now I'll go to the next. Here you get to see alert conditions. Select when actual, how much percent, right? In 5000, if 50% of 5000, some math, right? If at all I am 50% of the budget, mail me, something of that sort. And here you put your mail ID, right? And then if at all you create, automatically these budgets get created. Okay. This is a concept of budget. It's up to you, right? This is not a mandatory thing to do, but obviously you never do it because it's organization headache to take care of it. Okay. This is how it happens.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So guys, as we are dealing with the storage accounts, let's understand something about data, right? So what is a storage account? Storage account is something which will help us to store some data, right? And we all know like current generation, current market standards, current environments, current IT IT organizations. So we all deal with enormous amount of data, right? The amount of data we deal is so huge, right? Each and every organization, data is the source and data is what to say, data is the oil, they say, right? Without that, we cannot survive. But in our current environment, we get to see different types of data, right? Correct? If at all we talk in a technical term, the data can be classified into few things. One is structured data, semi-structured, or unstructured. Okay. Now, so we should find some solution in Azure. Where can I handle all these varieties of data, right? You are never promised to receive same amount of data every time, right? What is the structured data? So structured data, if at all you work in a SQL environment, that is called a structured data, right? You have a proper schema. If at all you try to insert something into the table, what is more than the schema? Like for example, if there is a table called employee table and it has three columns: first name, last name, and middle name, right? If at all you try to insert age, will it take? No, it won't take because it's schema oriented. You cannot do anything on top of that schema, right? So that is called a structured table, right? And then there is something called semi-structured. So semi-structured is more or less like if at all you have dealt with JSON objects, right? For example, the same example, I have a table called employee table, which I have first name, last name, and middle name, right? If at all tomorrow some other column gets added, like what to say, age or employee salary, employee place, even then my data should not throttle. My schema should not throttle. My database should not throttle, right? So it should be in a position to accept how many number of columns I give, that many number of columns it should accept, right? Today, this is a major problem, right? We never know how our source system is gonna change. You cannot make some rules and regulations like I want this, please send this. No, it doesn't happen. Whatever he sends, you need to dig deep and you have to decide, okay, this is what I need. Let me pick this. Even though he sends one more column, that's okay. My table should be manageable. So that's how the current trend is, right? You should adjust with respect to the data. So that is called semi-structured, right? And then there is something called unstructured. There are few organizations who deal with like Netflix, right? They deal with a lot of video streamings, right? Images, files, everything. So that is called as unstructured data, right? So now Azure Storage Account is one solution for us in Azure, which will help us to deal these type of data. right? So that is what the concept which we are going to deal with. Okay. Yeah. So now, so as I said, Azure Storage is a solution for us, which will help us to deal all these things. Okay. And then why do we go for Azure Storage? This is very good storage and it's very cheap in nature. Okay. It's very much secure. It's scalable. You can scale up, scale down. It's very managed and it is accessible via internet. It's very durable. So these are good amount of adjectives which you find in a textbook, but let's go deep into it and understand more. Okay. So for that, let me share my screen. Okay. So till now we haven't shared what to say. We haven't started doing demos, right? Now, as I said, I'll get a subscription by default. The moment you get a subscription, you have something called resource groups. So you have something called resource groups. Okay. When you click on this particular resource group, these are the available resources I have. But let me create one resource group. For example, you have a free trial account and you have Visual Studio subscription, and now you want to create one resource group. So what do? You click this subscription and then resource group. For example, I'll write a resource group of my test resource group or something like that. Okay. And now it is asking you to select any one region where you want to host your resources. Okay. Now this this region plays a very prominent role in our day-to-day life. For example, if at all I say uh, you have developed a website. Okay. You have developed a website for what to say India people. Okay, you have developed a website targeting Indian users. So it is advisable for you to host that particular website in India, right? Right, if at all you host that website in US data center or Australia data center, and it is targeted for Indian users, whenever Indian people try to hit that particular website, what that happen, they will see some delay because you are staying at India. I am the user. Okay, now Facebook website in the US, now I am trying to log into that Facebook website which is hosted in the US region. It will work. I'm not telling it won't work, but you get to see some delay, right? Obviously that network has to transfer from one place to thousands and thousands of miles, right? It's obviously, right? So it's always good to deploy all your resources in the same region. For example, again, let's assume my resource group is in East US. I want to create a SQL server. So you create SQL server also in East US, no? Why do you want to create in other regions? If and only if your user base in West US, okay, create there. But in almost all the times, make sure you create your resources targeting your users. Okay, my user is from this place, so let me keep my data center somewhere near to him. So this is what the primary thing you should understand whenever we create. Okay, but we are not creating any website, so I'm just giving an example. So I always prefer these two ways where each and every resource works there, and this is a major resource, and we have n number of data centers here, and it is very less chance that will throttle or something. So that's the reason we create a region called in East US. Because you're allowed to create any region. There is no taking back there. Okay. And then we have something called tags. Okay. So as I said in the initial first class, I said you can what to say, you can decide your resource group based on environment. So for example, I'll create an environment variable here, right? Okay. And I'll say, okay, this is my POC environment. Okay. I'll say this is I'm creating for a team. Let's say there's a team called Alpha. Okay. I'm creating for Alpha team. So these are just like some naming conventions so that you get to understand when you created, okay, this is for that team I created. Okay, this is for POC. Okay. So that kind of some little information it gives you. Okay. And anything currently, if you see, this is star, right? Matlab mandatory parameter, right? But this is not a mandatory parameter. It's up to you. If at all you want to give it, you can do it. Else, it's not mandatory. It won't give you an error message saying that you didn't fill this particular tag, but it's up to you. It's a mandatory, not it's an optional field. And then click on review, press create. You get to see all your basic information, whatever you have entered in your first screen, right? And the moment you create, it gets created. That's it. It takes very less amount of time for it to create, right? But I have already created my resource group where I have been placing a number of services there. So I will take back you to the resource group which I created. So now this is the similar way as I created my test. So this is called Azure Webinar resource group which I created. So this is how a typical view how it is. But if you see the tag, have created purpose training. Like I just gave some tag. That's it. It's of my own, what to say, my own analogies and my own understanding. And then this is a name. This is a subscription ID. This I've created in South Central US. I thought of creating in South Central. I've created. And this is how the deployments, for example, if at all I create something, if at all it is failed, you get to see what all are failed and what all are succeeded. So this is how a basic view what you get to see. And these are all the resources what I created. Okay, let's not jump too much information, and this is called an activity log. So what is an activity log? This would have seen in Facebook, right? If at all you liked any picture, if at all you commented on something, if at all you shared on something, you get to see in your activity log. If at all you go to my profile and you click activity log, it shows all your past information, what exactly you did. So in a similar way, what and all I did in this particular resource, it shows me like 4 hours back, I did some work, I deleted some database, right? Something I was doing, some work I was doing. So it shows, right? This is just like an activity log, what you have been performing on this particular resource group. And then access control. So this, right, guys, yesterday we used this particular tab to give some access, correct? So if you see, that's what I was telling, right? You can add role assignments by something here. You can click on this role assignments. You can decide what role you want, members and review plus assign, correct? And then when you click on this role assignments, you get to see currently who all are having access to view my resources. So currently these people are my, and if at all you want to see what access you have, matlab the person who logged in, then you click here, view my access. See, I'm the service admin, obviously, right? I'm the person who has created, so I'll be the administrator of it, right? So suppose person one logged in, he get to see reader, because yesterday we added person one and we have a reader role, right? So for that particular person, he get to see reader. And then roles. So here you get to see what all roles you can use. There are more than 150 roles here, guys. Again, based on resource, some particular resources, you get to see the resource roles. It's up to you, however you want to make it. We can use these particular things, right? And then deny assignments. What is a deny assignment? If at all you have deleted, for example, a role assignment I've given this, right? So if at all I have deleted this particular, remove, it goes to the deny assignment. So we have removed access for this particular batch. That's it. And then in classic administrator, you get to see who is the administrator of this particular account. That's it. So this is very simple tab. And then tags we just spoke about, correct? If at all you want to add any more tags, you can do it. You can want to delete, you can delete it, right? And then resource visualizer. So this resource visualizer is more about what and all resources you have in this particular subscription. That's it. This is just what to say, a pictographic view, how it shows in this particular screen. I let it load, it takes some time because it should pull all the resources, whatever it is available. Right? So if you see here, these are the resources I have in my particular group. That's it. This is just like a diagram. Okay. And then this is something called events. So all these things you never use in day-to-day life, guys. I promise you. The major things you use access control, activity log sometimes, and few cost related things. But this particular tab repeats for each and every resource. So you should not get confused when you do look. So the reason I'm spending 2-3 minutes on every tab. Okay. And then what is an event? So what is an event? What exactly it is? Like, for example, I have deleted some resource in this resource group. So at that point of time, my manager would have set some event subscription saying that whoever deletes this particular any resource, it should trigger an email. Something of that sort you would have created an event. So what's an event, right? So based on the event, any event like adding some people, deleting some people, creating a resource, deleting a resource, all such things. If at all you want to monitor them, you can create an event and then you can associate some email ID so that that particular person will get an email, right? This is very funda and very basic. Most of the people never does these things, but I'm just giving an example, right? How do you do this? So you can make use of this particular logic apps, other storage functions, all these things to associate with this, right? And then these are the deployments you do. So what is a deployment? If at all I create any SQL, it will create some database, everything, right? So that is called a deployment. So it will tell you whether it is succeeded or failed, how much time it took, all that minute information you get to see. For example, I created synapse on 11/19, right? It has created, it took 5 seconds to create. So all this minute information, it will show you here. And then security, right? So and we all know by default, Azure is highly secured, okay, highly secured. But on top of it, Azure recommends some resources. For example, it is telling Microsoft Defender for cloud. It is telling that Microsoft is what to say proposing this. If at all you onboard to this Microsoft Defender for cloud, it will already there is one level of security. It will provide you additional security. This is just like marketing. This is just like a marketing what Azure does. If at all you want to go more information, you can go and check what and all I'll get from this cloud defender. Right. Obviously, that if at all you purchase a new laptop, you install some defenders, antivirus scans, all this in a similar way to protect your few more resources. It is what to say. It is marketing some things for you. If at all you're interested, you can go deep and into it. But on top of it, if at all you see here, it is also recommending something. Okay. For example, SQL Server should have an Azure Active Directory Administrator provision. So it is recommending you please do it, or else there will be some problem. So they're telling severity is also high, right? And then it is telling audit and server SQL Server should be enabled. I haven't enabled any auditing, right? But they tell it's a low priority. It's okay. But see, now you get to see the importance, right? Now and then, if at all, you can come to this recommendations tab and you can see, okay, what are all important, what are not important, and based on this, you can take some actions and then you can decide, right? These are some recommendations to you. And then there is something called policy. Okay, I have never personally used it, but it's a good feature. If at all you want to use it, you can do it. For example, what exactly is a policy? Something like you can think of LIC policy or something, frankly. Okay, what exactly it does is I want to, whenever I create a resource, let's assume I'm the manager of my team. I want my team to create a resource only on East US region, right? They should not be allowed to create any other region. Okay, so for that, what do I do? Let me check. Somewhere it should have that, but 2 minutes. I think definitions. Yeah. So now if you see this policy definition, by default, Azure has n number of policies. It has n number of policies, but I'll give you one example. So for example, I will search for locations. Right, see here, allowed locations. Now I am telling, I'll say assign. So we should select some subscription or something. Perfect, I have selected my subscription resource group, right? Yep. Okay, this is fine. Allowed locations, params. Yeah, if you see here, if at all I say what to say East US and then create a policy, tomorrow, let's assume my team comes into this picture, and if at all they try to create a resource group, any resource in other than any other US region, it won't allow them because I have created a policy saying that you should create your resources only on East US. Other than that, it'll all your deployments get failed saying that there is some policy violation. Please check it. That's it. As simple as it. This is how policies. You can explore on more policies if at all you really require. See for Cosmos DB locations, resource group locations, there are n number of policies, guys. Okay. This is about it. And then properties. Some basic information about it. Locks. So this is a very good feature. So what exactly this is? So for example, I want to put some lock to it so that not even administrator also cannot delete. So what do I do? I'll create a lock. I'll just name like don't delete. This is just a name. So I'll say delete. I'll click OK. So now that I have logged my particular resource group. So going forward, no one can delete my resources in this. So whenever I try to delete, I get an error saying that you have a lock on your particular resource group. If at all you want to delete, you talk about these things. I mean to say, I will come to here, I can edit this locks or delete this lock, then only I can delete my resources, because this will really help us to safeguard our services, right? Tomorrow by mistake, if at all I delete, it's very difficult, right? So, but this lock will help me to what to say. Okay, it's a notification. Oh, sorry, I have kept some lock. Come back and then delete it and then delete. So that is how this particular locks work. And then cost management, it is all nothing, whatever we spoke in cost management class yesterday, right? So that is called the cost management. You can create budgets, cost analysis for this particular resource group, you can do it, right? And then advisor recommendations. This is like, if at all you are spending too much cost, you are spending very high amount of cost, it will, what to say, it will recommend you. So this is what you're spending. Please look into it. That kind of recommendations it does. So this is what is more about recommendation. Now let's jump back to the one last segment. called monitoring. So we have what to say a special class on this monitoring. But okay, let me introduce to you something like preview as well. So you know what is a preview? Basically, you get to hear of these terms in your organization or anything, right? This is in preview. This is public. This is globally approved. All these things. So this is something like it is still in preview mode. Microsoft is still experimenting on it, but they have created one version and they have released it. Okay. For example, I will tell you this one. Today I'm using some insights, right? Tomorrow, whatever I'm working on inside, it's not working. So whatever I stored in this particular tab, it's not working. But Microsoft is not responsible for that because Microsoft has a proper documentation saying that if at all it's in preview, it's up to you whether you want to use it or not, but we are not recommending to use it because they are still working on it. They have their SLAs not defined correctly, but whereas in all other things they have SLAs defined perfectly, and if there is any problem they will make sure they'll rectify it and everything do it. But preview is just they're releasing some feature in the market. If at all you want to make use of it, get it understandable, you do it. It's up to you. So that is called a preview, right? And rest all things whatever you're not seeing as a preview, those are the globally approved and it is out for the public. Yeah, correct. And then we have alerts. So yesterday only I spoke a bit about alerts. What is an alert, right? So I told you, right, tomorrow any activities whatever we are doing, right? For example, I work for I work on UI development as well. Okay, so I create a picture, I create a form or something which will help you to log in. There are multiple windows you can click and you can scroll, all these things. Okay, I want to know. So let's assume I have developed a I developed an educational website. Okay, here I'll mention what are this tab. I'll mention what all courses it has. Here I'll mention prices. Okay, here I'll mention some brochures. Okay, you can download these brochures. Okay, this is a website I have created. Now I will create alerts or what to say. Not okay. I'll create some logs. So what exactly happens? If at all any person clicks on this particular course, this information stores in my database saying that so and so user has clicked on this particular tab, and then the information I'm storing in some particular DB. So in the similar way, I will do all these things. Now, what is an alert here? The alert is something like I will set some conditions. So the moment I click on this, something should open, but it didn't open. So that is called an alert. So there is some problem which is happened. So all these things I'll track it. So if at all it's a problem, by default it will alert me, right? For example, again one more example, ADF pipeline. So if at all an ADF pipeline fails, it should create an alert saying that your particular pipeline has failed. I won't be there and monitor all the time, right? Whether my pipeline is running or not. So all these are automated alerts which we can place on any of our working environment, right? This will do a separate demo when we talk about ADFs, okay? And then we have something called metrics. So what is a metric? So let me spend 1 minute here. So let me select this subscription and I will say, I want to know the metrics for data factory. Okay, I have multiple data factories. I'll click this and then I'll apply. So what exactly it says is if you see here, select some metric. If at all you want to see for the last 24 hours, if at all there are any cancelled activities. So it will show you. Currently, I didn't do anything for the last 24 hours, but assuming that, okay, if at all, it will show you a proper graph here, charts or whatever you want, it will show you. So this is just like a visual representation for you to understand, okay, how it looks, how is my graph looking, how are my pipelines looking for the past 1 day, 2 days, all these things, right? And then in the similar way, diagnostic settings is more or like if at all you select any resource here, by default, it will put some logs into it. For example, it will give you like this many today it ran this many runs, this many failed, this many triggered. So all this some basic information it will give you. That's it. Nothing more than that. And these are all not must to have. These are good to have features. That's it. Obviously, right? When you purchase a phone, they'll bombard you with all features, but it's you decide which one you want to use. That's it, right? That's it. And the similar way, logs. That is what the logs I was telling, right? Whenever you create a website, if you click on something, it'll keep on logging into your system. This particular one has clicked this one. He clicked on the tab. He downloaded this brochure. All that information it will capture. So why do we need that capturing? Because it will help you in the long run how many folks have downloaded the brochure. So based on that, you can decide that, okay, people are showing interest on this particular brochure. Okay, let me improve that content. Let me talk to them. Like all this information you get to see from that brochures. Okay, and then there is something called template. So what exactly is this template? This template, you can assume it's like a blueprint. It's a Xerox copy of this particular resource group, right? So in this template, it will take some time to generate. So the moment it generates a template, you get to see what to say, entire thing in a code manner, like in a JSON structure, right? Okay, this is the name of the resource group. Inside this, see, inside this, what to say? See, servers. There is a server called New Age. There is a server called Demo Age. So all these things it will show you very easily. So how many resources you have, right? So tomorrow, if at all you want to have this one, you just download this template, and if at all you export it again, the similar resources you can view it. So that is the beauty of it. There are organizations who use it. There are few people who never use it. It's up to them, right? It's more or less it's a whatever we are doing in a designer, you get to see in a code manner here. Everything is a code by default. It's an auto-generated code. We are not doing anything here. Something of that sort. Okay. So this is a high-level understanding of whatever it is in our particular thing. The same things gets repeated for most of the services. Now, if at all tomorrow when we talk about SQL, and if at all you see a policy, now you understood. Again, I won't go and tell what is a policy over there, right? Yeah, in that way, that's the reason I spent some 20 good amount of time to make you run through this particular pane. Export template, right? So basically, what exactly export template is, assuming I have a resource group, in that I have 3 resources like SQL, Cosmos, and Data Factory. Okay, that's it. I don't have anything. Now, there is another team who is looking for similar structure. Like the other team also wants to create SQL, Cosmos, Data Factory. He is also telling whatever you created the location, I also want to create the same location, right? All the things he wants. So now, instead of other team creating all the resources of its own, I will export this template and give it to that other team. So I'll tell him, you import your template, and then what is the name you want to give for your resource. I gave Azure webinar. He might give Python webinar, right? Just example, right? These are like placeholders for him. So the moment he enters this particular information, like what do you want to give your resource group name? What do you want to give your Cosmos DB name? It will ask you few inputs. The moment you enter and click OK, by default, all the things gets created for him. So that is the usage of the export and import. Okay, this is what it is, right? Now that we are well versed with the resource group subscription, now let's go to the actual resource, right? I want to create a storage account. So creating any storage account is like, go to the banner, type the actual account, SQL Server or whatever it is, and then you click on create. And then it'll ask you some basic information, which subscription you want to create, under which resource group you want to create, right? What is your storage account name? What is the region? This and all we talk about. And then there is something called performance and redundancy. Okay, this redundancy is a major important one. We should understand this. And then these are for any of the service you decide, they will ask you to choose either standard or premium, right? This is more like if at all you purchase anything outside, it will have these versions, right? How can I give you an example? Like if at all you go, you purchase any machine, it will have some specifications. End of the day, the working environment is same, but the specifications are different. Screen size, picture quality. You can take a picture in both, but specifications are different, right? So in the similar way, there is something called standard and premium. So premium is recommended for scenarios that require low latency. So what is a low latency? Low latency is more or less like performance related objects. So if at all you go for a premium, the amount you spend is also more, and then you get to see good benefits as well, right? But if you see, it is recommended for standard is recommended for most of the scenarios. This is all about things, right? Now let's spend some 10 minutes to understand this redundancy, guys. This is very, very important. Please pay some attention here. So whenever I create a storage account, it will ask me to select your redundancy. So there are 4 type of it: LRS, GRS, ZRS, and ZZRS, right? Now let's understand what are these things. Okay, so let's assume this is my region called East US. Okay, this is the East US region. So in East US region, so East US is not just a place, right? It will have n number of regions here, right? So entire region gets divided into multiple zones, right? How railways have a South Central Railway, South Western Railway, right? East Western Railway. So inside India only, we have multiple zones, right? So in the similar way, this particular Azure also region has also will have multiple zones, right? So this is what entire East US. East US has multiple countries, right? For the person who is living in US, they'll understand. So East US comprises of 2, 3, 4 countries, whatever it is, states or countries, sorry, states or whatever you say, right? In the similar way, what to say, they'll have different zones, right? This is zone 1, this is zone 2, zone 3, and zone 4.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in Azure Data Factory, then Intellipaat provides a Azure Data Factory training for DP203 certification. It is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Right? So inside each and every zone, you get to see multiple data centers. Okay. Now, again, a zone is subdivided into multiple data centers. Right? This is one data center. This is one data center. Something of this sort. Okay. Now, whenever you select locally redundant storage, what exactly happens? Your data, your storage account goes and sits in this region in any of the zone. You cannot decide I want to go in this zone. No, it is by default Azure decides where it has to go in any of the zone. Wherever there is a space, it will go and it will sit there. But it will sit in any of the one data center. That's it. Only one data center it will sit. And that data, it gets replicated thrice. I repeat it, whatever you store, it get replicated thrice. So for example, you store a CSV file in a blob. So this is one copy, this is one copy, this is one copy. So whatever you store in a storage account, not just storage account, whatever you store using locally redundant storage, it will have 3 copies, right? It will have 3 copies.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Copy 1, copy 2, copy 3. Why you could have a question? Why is he creating these many copies? By any chance, if at all this particular copy gets corrupted, you get to have 2 more copies additionally. By default, it will route to the other thing and it will fetch you. This and all you can never know. You can never decide and you can never see which copy I am referring, which data center I am referring, which zone I am referring, which nothing. Yeah. So it's a black box for you. You are just outside here as a person who is consuming the data. That's it. If at all it's corrupted also, it has a parallel copy, it will fetch you. You never be knowing that it is corrupted, right? If all these 3 are corrupted, then fine. Your complete data is gone, right? Assuming, right, this data center is corrupted. Yes, your complete data is gone. You can never get it back. You can never get it back because entire thing is gone. That building is collapsed, right? Even though you have backup, even though you have anything, you can never get it. Assuming this entire zone went for a toss, you can never get it. Assume this entire region went for a toss, you can never get it, right? So there are some pros and cons with respect to LRS. So now you can, if you ask me, then you are telling lot many cons and when should I use it? So assuming your problem statement is like what to say, your files are very minimalistic files, even though if it goes, I can create it again, then go for LRS, right? This is one possibility, right? This is what is LRS. Now that we spoke about LRS, now let's talk about zone redundant storage. So what is zone redundant storage? We'll understand now. So now that you understood LRS, so what is zone? By now you should be understandable, right? It will replicate your data thrice in 3 zones, right? Here they'll put one copy. Assume they'll put here. Here they'll put one copy. Here they'll put one copy. Correct? End of the day, they're putting in data center only. But here also you have 3 copies, but in 3 different zones, right? In previous scenario, if this data center fail, I am gone. I cannot get it back. Now in this scenario, even though this data center fail, that's okay. I mean to say data center fail or a zone failure, that is still fine because I have another zone which is backed up for me. Correct? For example, if at all very take layman terms, this is Hyderabad zone, this is Bangalore zone. Hyderabad went for a toss. That's okay. Bangalore is having a copy fetched from Bangalore. As simple as it. That's it. Okay. This is what a zone redundant storage. Now we should understand now what is geo redundant storage. Instead of creating a copy in zone, it will totally create in other region. Now I have another region. Okay. Let's assume this is East US. This is West US. Okay. Now what exactly happens here is whenever we opt for geo redundant storage, your data gets replicated thrice in primary region. This is primary region. This is secondary region. Okay. In primary region, it will replicate your data thrice in this data center, like one copy, second copy, third copy. That's it in the same zone. And it will replicate your data thrice in zone 1 in one data center, 3 copies. You got it? This is a zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4. So the high level fundamental here is if at all I opt for geo redundant storage in primary region, it's an LRS, right? If you understand properly, geo redundant storage is equal to 2 LRS in 2 different regions, as simple as it. So here, this is an LRS, it is having 3 copies in same data center. Here also it's an LRS in 3 copies in data center. But what is the major benefit? Even though entire region goes for a toss, but still I should be able to get it from the other region, right? This is a highly benefited scenario. And it is very much costly because they are replicating your data like twice in hundreds of miles away, correct? So this is the beauty of geo redundant storage. Now we have a last option, which is called geo zone redundant storage. I assume you are making some guesses. What would have been the geo zone redundant storage? So more or less this definition, GRS plus. Okay, let me explain so that you get your answers correct. Okay. So what happens in geo zone redundant storage is whenever you opt for geo zone redundant storage in primary region, right? Whichever you opt. So this is in East US. In primary region it's a GRS. It's a GRS in primary region. And then in the other region, it is an LRS, as simple as it. So here you get to see your data in 3 zones, right? Here you get to see one copy, here one copy, here one copy. On top of this, you get your data stored in one more region in one zone, That's it, as an LRS. So you got it right. Yeah. So this is how you get to decide, guys. So what to say now? If you ask me, Ajitesh, which is a good one, no one can decide which is good one because it's up to your requirements how you deal with it. Your particular website is hosted in multiple countries, then LRS doesn't suit you, right? If at all your application is highly promising and you can never lose one user, then obviously you should go for a ZRS, right? Because it's highly relatable. You can get to see in multiple regions, all such. And then if you get to see more secure layer, you can go for GZRS. So because it gets replicated zone wise everything, right? So it's up to you. How do you decide based on your architecture and based on your data? So this is a little about redundancy, guys, and they'll ask more questions on this redundancy. Actually, if at all you take any examination like fundamental course also, I've seen many questions on this particular storage. Okay. Now there are a few more little concepts to understand here. If at all you go to the advanced, yep. So these are like good to have things, right? So it is required secure transfer for REST APIs. Okay, I will talk about REST APIs and I'll give demo as well for the folks who don't know REST APIs. Okay, So the moment we check in, it will allow me REST API operations, and then public blob public access. If at all you want other users to use this, you can make it checkbox. But what to say, these are all not mandatory, guys. Even though you do it or not do it, you can change these configurations at any time once you create the storage account. So for example, now I have checked in. Now going forward, you feel, no, I don't want REST API operations. You can uncheck it once you create it. Okay, there is nothing, not much into it. But again, these are versions, but I want to talk about one major concept called data lake to ADLS, right? I will talk about a very little about this. And then when we have an actual topic on this, we'll deep dive. Okay. Now let's spend some time to understand hierarchy of ADLS Gen 2. Why are they calling it as Gen 2? Why it is not a Gen 1? If at all it's a Gen 1, Gen 1 is already went. What are the problems where people were facing before? All that I will talk now. Okay. Data lake Gen 2, right? Okay. So before coming into Gen 2, there was something called Gen 1. Okay. Now it is there, but it is deprecated. No one is using this Gen 1. Okay. There is having a Gen 1, and they have this storage accounts as well. Okay. They have storage accounts as well. Previously, they were having two. One is Gen 1, and then they were having the storage accounts. So end of the day, the job of Gen 1 and storage account is the same. This will also store data. This will also store data. 90% of the job is the same, which both of them do. 90% it is the same. Only 10% varies. So what is that 10%? We will think about now. So first thing is cost. Storage accounts are very cheap. Storage accounts are very cheap, and it is what to say. It is it is recommended to go for storage accounts for low level workloads. For example, you have some 10 GB of data, 2 GB of data. You go for a storage accounts. It's okay, right? Now Gen 1 is costly. Okay, when compared to storage accounts, and then you should go to Gen 1 if and only if you have enormous amount of data, right? You have some, what to say, 100 GB, 50 GB of data, then storage account may not help you there much. Gen 1 will help you a lot, right? So if at all you have a big data problem, what is a big data, right? It is you are having a lot of data. It has lot of files. It has lot of raw data, structured data. Then you decide on go to Gen 1, right? So the first deciding factor is based on your data. That is the first deciding factor. And then second thing, this storage accounts was having all this LRS, GRS, and ZRS, whereas Gen 1 was not having this capability. They have only one, like GRS only they have. Geo replication, redundancy, they have, that's it. Okay. Anyway, storage account has all three. This has only one. Okay. And now the last and final thing, whenever you go for a Gen 1, which is a major thing, right? This is the people go to Gen 1 only for this reason. So what exactly that was? Let me give one example, right? So let's assume, perfect. Let me make use of this Android folder. So let's assume I have a folder structure called this, like this, something of this sort. So I have a folder structure called Android. Okay. I have few files here, file 1, file 2, file 3. Okay. And then I have one more folder in this Android folder called, let's assume I have a folder called Android 2. Okay. And then I have few files inside this folder, like folder inside a folder I'm talking about, hierarchy, right? This is what I have files. And inside this, I have one more folder called Android 3. Okay. And then I have few files here. So this is the hierarchy of my particular file structure. Okay. Now in Gen 1, if at all I opt for Gen 1, what will I get? I can give the access based on folder level. For example, if at all I give the access for you here, if at all I right click and give access to this particular person, he can go to all the files. You can see A2, you can see A3, you can see all the files. Okay. Assume if at all I give access to only A3, right? I'm giving person 1 to access only Android 3. He will see only Android 3 folder and its files. He will never see A2 and A1. So that is the biggest advantage with respect to Gen 1. So that's the reason people are more interested towards Gen 1 capabilities. If at all you ask me real-time scenario, see, in a big data architecture, you get to see n number of files and n number of folders. The data engineers, they create a raw folder. Okay. They put some 2000 files here, and then they'll create one more folder, and they pick few files here and they place here, because they'll process some information here. They'll clean the data here and they put this folder. Okay, perfect. And then they'll create one more folder, and they make it as a client accessible folder. So now they'll give the clients access only to this folder. This is a processing layer, actual layer. They'll give this access. Why do client require to see all the files and all hangama we did before? Not required. No, you should just need to access only this one, right? But whereas in storage account, if at all I give access to the root level, you get to see all the files, right? The only turning point here is the security and access related. That's it. Nothing more than that. Storing is all same, but here you can restrict the access based on the folder level. That is what you get to see in this Gen 1, right? Now, having said that, what is Gen 2? What is Gen 2? Let me go back to my screen and I'll show what is Gen 2. See, now Azure has left that confusion, right? They haven't created one more service called storage account Gen 2. They have embedded data lake storage Gen 2 here only. So if at all I click this one, it will become like this. Whatever I spoke on left side till now, it will be like that. It will have this hierarchical namespace. You can give access based on folder level. You get more cost because ADLS Gen 2 is more cost, right? If at all I uncheck this, it will work as the right side. If at all I check this, it will work as the left side. That's it. That's the only difference. Okay. And now back end, if we talk, Gen 1, they were using some drivers, okay, some drivers. And now Gen 2, they have used different drivers just to pull the data, right? What are the drivers? Whenever I talk about pulling data, that time I will talk about, right? That's the only difference, guys. So if at all anyone asks, why should you go to generation Gen 2? It will enable me hierarchical namespace. I can give access based on the folder level. This is much more secured. This is a very good solution for the big data architecture. That's it. That is the thing, guys. Okay. Hope this architecture really helped you to understand the concept. Now, whenever you store in ADLS Gen 1, like this was happening when I joined in Microsoft, that time they were talking to retire Gen 1. That time only, like 4 or 5 years back only, they were talking about this one. Okay. So at that time, when I joined Microsoft, they were storing in Gen 1, but the way they were retrieving, like obviously when you store some information, you should take help of one service to retrieve information from here, right? That service was ADLA, right? ADLA. Now ADLA is not there and no one will use it, right? This is called Azure Data Lake Analytics. This is called Azure Data Lake System or Azure Data Lake Storage. Sorry, Azure Data Lake Storage. This is called Azure Data Lake Analytics. Now you understood the difference, right? So this is something called we store. This is something analytics where we pull the data and we do some computations, right? Doing some joins, removing some fields, adding some fields. So all the things you get to do in any compute store. So that is called ADLA. Okay. Now this anyways, this ADLA is not available now. Okay, this is gone for a toss now. And this was not that recommended also. People were facing a lot of problems with this ADLA. They are not able to fetch the data right time. They're seeing a lot of performance issue. So all these things considering in architecture, they have updated few drivers, right? They've installed few drivers to this generation 2. Now, if you ask me how people are trying to pull the data from Gen 2, there are n number of opportunities now to pull the data from Gen 2. Like, for example, I can pull the data using REST APIs. I can use very powerful service called ADB. This is very much powerful service, ADB. When I joined the organization, there was ADLA. There was no ADB that point of time. There was no Databricks. Azure has never integrated to the Databricks. Slowly, Databricks came into the market. Now they understood the value of Databricks. I mean, like 4 years back, then they have totally retired ADLA. And then they totally retired Gen 2, right? So underlying concept is ADLS only. And now they are using ADB to pull or push the data, to compute the data. So that is called the difference, guys. Okay, this is like high level architecture which I gave you to understand between Gen 1, Gen 2 and storage accounts. I hope this information is very much clear to you right now, guys. Okay, the moment you review plus create, your storage accounts gets created, right? So this is the storage account now which I've already created. Ajit Blob is my storage account which I created, right? Now let's get back to this Ajit Blob. So this is the storage account which we created, assume that way, right? And then, as I said, most of the things keep falling here and there, right? Access control tags, activity log, diagnose and solve problems, right? And this data migration tab, for example, you want to migrate this entire storage account from one subscription to move account to new subscription. So for example, I am in subscription 1. I want to move to other subscription, right? The moment you give, it will suggest what to do. These are just like good documents. You can make use of it if at all you want to move, right? And then storage browser, I'll come to this. Now we should spend good amount of time here now. So like You can store your data in storage accounts in four types. One is containers, file shares, queues, and tables. Okay. Now let's understand what is a container. Right. If at all you see the slide as well, in a storage account, you get to see four types of things where you get to store the data. One is blob, file, queues, and tables. Right. So what is Azure Blob Storage? So Azure Blob Storage is something which will help us to store all kinds of data. You can store structured, you can store semi-structured, you can store unstructured data. So this is something which is suitable for any types of data. And how do you store in that way is like, for example, here you get to say a container, right? So the moment you add this container, say I'll say container one. So container is something which will help you to store the data, right? And then you have public access level. So the moment you say private, no one can view your containers. If at all you say blob anonymous read, you get to read the blob data, and contain anonymous as in. So let me create a container for that. I'll tell you, right? So now the way I created container one, so this is how it is, right? And now if at all you want to upload any files, right? You want to store any information, you can just click this and then you can add any of the file and then you can upload, right? It just take milliseconds to upload your data, right? This is how it works. And then if at all you want to delete it, you can delete it. So this is the basic information that you can do from here, right? Now let's come back to it. Now you get to see n number of containers in this particular storage account, right? In this containers, again, you get to see n number of files, right? So you get to see n number of files, right? So this is how it is. Now, for example, I have stored an image here. So let me copy this particular. Okay. So yeah, the moment you click on this, you get to see the information of this particular image, right? What is the URL? How do I navigate to it? How do I call it? So for example, I'll copy this image and then I'll copy into this particular thing and I'll say enter. Say I got to see this particular image, right? In the similar way. Now currently, if you see the level, so this is a blob level, right? Whenever I say public access blob, you get to see this particular items via some path. Now I'm changing the access level. So I'll say private. Have changed the access level from blob to private, right? Now let me go back. I'll copy this path. Okay, it will take some time to reflect it, guys. Yeah, it will take some time, but ideally what exactly happens was you cannot able to see this particular file because it is moved to private level now, right? That is what. Now, if at all you understand the access level correctly, we have three access levels. One is private. So whenever you say private with that particular endpoints, you cannot see the data, right? And with blob anonymous read access, yes, you can read. Whenever you say blob, don't confuse it. The blob is nothing but the file. This is called a blob. What does this blob contain? This blob contains cars.csv information. What is this content? This contains Azure image. So that is what something of that sort, right? Now in the similar way, whenever I change it to container, this thing will help to, for example, any container will have this particular access level. You get to see all the files, right? So that is a difference, right? And this is something more or less just the access level, how to view the files. That's it. With this path, that's it. With this path, if at all I give this path, you cannot view it. The reason because is it has an access level, right? Let me show you. Yeah. See, you got to see, right? Now I don't have an access to read this file. That's the reason the specified resource does not exist. So even though you give this part to anyone, they can never view my data because it is private, right? Only when I change the access, then only you can view the data. As simple as it. Okay. So this Ajit blob is a storage account. Okay. And then this is a container. This is test is called a container, right? And then inside whatever you get to see are called blobs. That is the naming conventions. Okay, guys. Now in the similar way, you can store n number of data, whatever you want, you can do it, right? And then we should know one more thing. There are n number of ways to view the data. I said n number of ways, right? Now let's understand what are that n number of ways to view the data. Before that, let me tell you one small point. Like, so this is a hierarchy, right? Inside that blob storage, you get to say containers, right? Inside that you can say files or folders or blobs or CSV file. It's just the naming conventions, okay? So this is how you get to see it. So now I have created that file, right? If at all I give the path, no one can view that. I mean to say, let's assume some hacking happened and he got the path of that file, but he can never view that. That's it. No one can view that. Now you should ask me a question. Then who can exactly view and how can we view, right? So that's what I will tell you. There are n number of ways to view the file, but not directly. But you should write some code and you can view the file, even though the access level is private. Even though access level is private, you can view the data by some conditions, right? That conditions I'll talk about in a while. Now, access private will only help me if I give you the path, you cannot view it. That's it, because the access level is private. That's it. Now, Azure table storage is something which will help us to store semi-structured data, right? Azure storage will help us to store semi-structured data. And how do we create tables? In the similar way, go to there and create tables and store some data. Let's do that something there. So I'll say I created a table called Jan batch. Okay. To view this, there is something called storage browser preview, right? All this information, whatever you're seeing here, the similar thing you get to see here, right? See tables, correct? I have these many tables, correct? Now let's understand few things called partition key, row key. Like let's understand this thing. So, so in any data world, people divide the data into two things, right? I mean, so how they store the data is based on these keys. So what is a partition key, right? So for example, I have a database called employee information. Okay. My database is employee information, which has some fields called first name, last name, salary, and then team name. So which team he's gonna work with. Okay. Right. Now let's assume me person one is from HR team, person two is from sales team, person three is from LT team. Assume. Now let's assume there are 1,000 people in an organization, right? 250 people are from HR department, 750, 700 are from sales department, and then rest 50 people are from LT team, right? Now my table has 1,000 records. My table has 1,000 records. Now, whenever I say select star from employee table, where team equal to HR, what exactly happens the backend? It will go to the table, it will see all the columns, and then it will see where team name equal to HR, it will take and it will give you. So there is some amount of effort where which this table is doing, any SQL table is doing. Now to avoid that and help us to help with performance numbers, what exactly happens is called, there is something called partition key. Now, whenever I design a table, I will tell to the table that use this particular team as a partition key. Whenever I say team as a partition key, then what exactly happens? It will divide the table into three. How many teams are there? That many partitions it will divide. So I have three team names. So it will divide into three partitions, right? This is for HR, this is for sales, this is for LT. So now Ajitesh is from HR team. So by default, his record goes and sits here. Person two is from sales team. His record sits here. Record sits here. So 250 records here, 750 here, 50 here, right? Now what I'll do, I'll say, I want to know how many people are from HR team. I'll say select star from table where team name equal to HR. Now what it will do, it will blindly go here and it will pick. It will never bother about sales or LT because I have divided my table based on partition key, right? I have divided my table based on partition key. This is the HR. So this is what the helpful of the partition key. And now there is something called row key. So again, one more interesting point here. At any point of time, this partition key and row key should be unique. It is like a composite key. This partition key and row key should be unique, right? What is my partition key? HR. Team name is HR. Okay. What is my row key? I'll say my employee ID. My employee ID is always unique, right? Correct. Now my Ajitesh employee ID is 1, right? And there are 250 people from HR team, right? Then one more HR came into picture, and then their ID is 2. Perfect, no? So this is a unique. HR1 is unique. HR2 is unique. All good, no? So this is how we maintain the uniqueness of a table. Like Azure table storage will help to store semi-structured data. That's it. It can never store images. It can never store unstructured. It can store structure. Semi-structured is something. It is feasible to store semi-structured data. I'll come across when I give a demo. You'll understand a proper example of semi-structured. Okay, hold it somewhere. Okay, storage, you can use it. See, anything which is in preview, you can use it. But Azure, what to say? If at all you raise a ticket to Azure team saying that this particular preview is not working, then they are not responsible. That is what I said, because they're still doing some patches into it. So once that is done, you can work on it. I mean, you can, what to say? Azure will give full support. Even though this goes for a toss, they'll give full support. And then table storage has ability to query SQL. Very good question. Yes, I will show you that, Suresh. Partition key, that is what I explained. Sonali, you are right. Partition key and row key combination will be unique. Yes. So the combination of this key is unique. So now by looking at your question, I understood. I can imagine that you understood the concept. What exactly is a table storage, right? Now what I'll create some tables and then you will get a very much understanding. So let me add an entity. So partition key, I'll say HR, row key, I'll say 1, add property, name. What is the data type? So name is a string, right? So I'll say Ajit, right? Right, I'll say Hyderabad, right? That's it. This is what I'm storing. Let me insert this, right? Now you get to see this one, name, everything, all good, right? Now let me insert one more item. This time I'll insert partition key, sales team. So assuming that sales team has their own IDs, there might be one more person with ID 1. That is still possible. I'll say, I'll say, I'll say Sonali, and then place, let's say some Jammu Kashmir. Okay, that's it. And on top of that, I am entering salary information of her as well. For example, I'll just put some numbers. Okay, I'll just put some numbers, some 10 lakhs or something. I've kept it. That's it. Now it will never fail because that is called semi-structured data. I am not putting any constraint on schema. That's the reason it will work. Perfect, it worked. Now I'll ask you one more question.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Salary of Sonali, I kept some numbers, but for Ajit, I have never given. So what it will be in that place of a salary? What will be the place? What will be the salary for Ajit? Okay, empty null. Okay, let me check. It's an empty, right? That's how it makes sure, right? Now that you understood a concept of this thing, now let me add one more thing. Let me add HR. I'll add one. I'll say Niranjan. I'll say from US. I won't give. Now I'll insert. Will it fail or it will work? This particular record will fail or it will work. It will fail. Okay. So Suresh, storage account is a naming convention. Under this storage account, you can store varieties of data, right? And Azure has given you 4 solutions to store the data. You can choose anything, right? You can place all this information in a CSV file and you can upload that CSV file to container as well. Yes, you can do it. But the problem here is you cannot query the data, right? You cannot query the data. If at all you are looking for something which will help for querying, then come to table storage, right? So everything will, everyone said, right? Everyone said it will fail, but yes, it will fail. Let's see, fail to add HR1 error, the specified entity already exists, right? So this is what the beauty about this particular thing. The partition key and row key is a unique column, right? I have already a field called HR and 1 here. So if at all I try to insert another record with HR and 1, it will fail saying that it is already available in your table storage, right? That is what. This is what Azure Data Storage is giving. This is what we can do it. These two will be a unique key. That's it. Okay. So this is what about table. Now, how do I query it? How do I query it? add filter, column partition key equal to HR, apply, right? Now you get to see now that we are querying the data. Again, the querying is also very, very simple here, right? The querying is also very simple here. Okay. In the similar way, you have 100 rows, you can query it. So this is a basic difference of that. Okay. Okay, guys. So this is about containers and tables. Let me talk about what is a REST API. Okay. So what exactly is a REST API? So in a real-time scenarios, for example, we all have been using our mobile phones, right? Which will, in that mobile phones as well, you have something called where you get to see weather data. And then you have a number of mobile apps like Domino's, Pizza, Book My Show, like lot of apps, right? But internally, what happens is, for example, you take an example of what to say Domino's. So what exactly you go and do in that mobile app? You select your pizzas, your toppings and whatnot, right? Small size, medium size, whatnot, right? And then you put it in the cart. So once you put in the cart, this is a web app, right? This is a small mobile app, and you have kept all your interested food items in your cart, and then you are submitting it, as in you are ordering this particular, right? So now whenever you order, in turn, like inside, what exactly happens was it will create a request. So for example, the request, for example, let's assume the request is of a JSON structure. So for that, the request would be your phone number. Like your phone number is always a unique ID, right? So this phone number, I'm just giving an example. Each and every mobile app has its own structure. Few mobile apps take your name plus something else. Few mobile apps take name plus location plus some IDs. But for let's assume your phone number is a unique always, right? So this will be a unique item. Phone number is an ID, and then it will have some more information like what kind of pizzas you have selected, which flavors, correct? And then how many, what is the number you have selected. And then obviously your address information would already be there in the app. So they'll pull that as well, okay? These are the some basic information which they pull, right? And this is a request, right? Now this request is going to its web server, correct? This particular Domino's team will have hosted their web servers somewhere, right? Where they would have written some code, right? For example, if at all I get a request of this sort, do some computations and send it back, right? So what will be the response here? So what will be the response? Obviously, here you get to the cost as well, right? The cost of almost 3 pizzas, whatever you selected is 1,000 rupees. Now this entire thing will go as a request. They'll compute everything saying that, okay, these many things are things, this is the cost, perfect. And then all of a sudden, moment you submit the order, you pay the amount as well, right? So everything they'll validate. The moment they receive the amount, you will send a response saying that your order is submitted. That's it, right? So internally, what is going to happen? It is called a REST API. So this is a API which gets triggered to this particular web server, and then it will respond. So there are n number of response codes as well. Let's talk all about that. So whenever you send an API, so what is an API actually? What is a REST API? So REST stands for representation state transfer. Okay, that is a definition of a REST. And inside that REST, you have n number of CRUD operations. So what is a CRUD operation? There are 4 types of CRUD operations, like get. Get is one operation, post, and then put, and then delete. So these are the 4 operations which you deal with REST APIs. So for example, what is get? You want to know today's weather data. So the moment you open your app, it will pull the weather data. So that is called a get API, correct? And then I'll come to it post in some. Now what is put? Put is something called an updating, right? So today in an employee information, my name is Ajitesh, so example. And tomorrow in my records, I want to change it as Ajitesh Kumar or something, right? Ajitesh Kumar. So that is called a put. So all updating information takes place with a CRUD operation called put. So, and then I want to delete the information. So that is called a delete API. And what is post information? Post is something like inserting some information inside a database, right? So now a new employee joined in the organization. So you all in your organization, you will have an HR system, right? Human resource system, right? Where all your information will be there. When did you join? What is the role? When did you leave? All this information, right? So the first time when you join, it's a post. It's like more or less, it is inserting the information inside the database, inside the table. So that is called a post. So if at all we sum up this one, get is something like which gets the information from the database, being like an employee information, right? A student information or something. If at all you want to insert something, that is called post. If at all you want to update something, that is called put. If at all you want to delete something in some database, that is called delete. So these are the four prominent CRUD operations which we use in our day-to-day life scenarios, right? Now, the whole point here is I'll be using these CRUD operations, and then I will be trying to fetch the information from this particular storage accounts, right? That is a problem statement now. Hope you understood the problem statement, right? So REST stands for representation and state transfer. Okay. So for that, any API to respond, it needs some authentication key. Okay. So without that authentication, you won't get responded with proper information. Correct. So for example, I have a database, right? My database allows only people who can authenticate to my system, right? Like other people cannot come to my database and pull the data. I require some authentication. So without that authentication, any number of people can pitch in to my database and they can take the data. That is not correct, right? So basically authentication is a key objective here. Now, when I say authentication, with respect to storage accounts, what is the authentication we have? We have three types of authentications. One is access key, and then one is SAS key, and then one is client ID and client secret. Okay, access keys I will demo when we talk about Databricks. Now today I will demo using SAS keys and client ID and client secret. So using the two authentication methods, let me try to fetch the data. Okay. Now this is the blob which we created that time, right? Now, for example, if you see there is something called shared access signature. So what is the benefit of this shared access signature? You can decide all this, input all these parameters, whether you want read permissions, write permissions, and from which time to which time. I mean, like based on start time and end time, this particular SAS key will be enabled. After that, it will fail, right? Now, I'll say I want it to be enabled for 2 days, right? And then I want to make use for rest things. I will have enabled everything. Now, what I'll do, I'll just generate SAS and connection string, right? And now if you see, we have got the SAS token. So this is the actual SAS token. So with this, if at all any person is having this particular SAS token, yes, then they can read the data from my blob, right? Now let me copy this SAS token and let me copy it somewhere. And now you have connection strings. If at all you want to write a code in a Visual Studio, you need to pass some connection string that you can use it here. And if at all you're looking for a specific storage account as well, you have this blob, file, queue, and table. So guys, now that we have a SAS token, so I have my authentication key enabled. Now all I need to do is pull the data. Okay. So how did I go to that SAS? I came inside security and networking, click on shared access signature, and then the moment I enable all these things, guys, this is for REST APIs. You need to enable this ones to access your REST APIs. And then you can generate it. I have already generated now. I don't want to waste this particular key. That's the reason I'm not generating. The moment you generate, this particular gets elapsed, right? And the new one gets created. Okay, fine. So this is a REST API which I have. Now, what are the ways we have to use REST API? Okay, so there are n number of tools available outside to query using REST APIs. So most prominent tools are, one is Postman. Okay, I'm not sure how many of you read about it. This is one of the leading application which will help us to input some REST APIs and get the data. Right, this is more or less like an IDE, like how I have Visual Studio, everything. In a similar way, I have this is Postman to query for REST APIs, right? And then in the recent days, there is one more plugin called Thunder Client, which I prefer a lot these days. Okay, so these two are the most prominent things which we use. For example, if you see whatever I open, so this is called a Postman. So you write your particular endpoint here, and then moment you send, you get the data. So this is one option. This is called a Postman. Like we are not exploring what exactly is a Postman, so we are not going deep here, guys. Okay, and then one more thing I want to say, which is called a Thunder Client. So Thunder Client is an extension which you get in this particular Visual Studio section. Okay, now how do I create a request? For example, if at all you want to create a request, you just create a new request, and then if you have good amount of CRUD operations, get, post, put, delete, and then there are three more or like advanced kind of things, but the most used things are this one. So moment you say get, it will try to get the information. In the similar way, we have 4 operations, right? Now what I want to do, I want to read this particular container information. For example, I need to read this data. So for reading this data, what I need to do, I want to see the properties. The moment you click these 3 dots, you get to see the properties. So in this properties, you get to see the URL, which is endpoint for this particular CSV file. So now let me copy this file. You get to see here, right? So this is the endpoint of this particular file. So to this, I will append this particular thing. That's it. So this is my URL. So with this, I should be able to query my.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Data. Now let me go back to my Thunder client. I have already created some get. If you see here, get, this is the endpoint which I showed you. Now, okay. So whatever you are seeing from question mark, this is the authentication. This I created long back. What? No, let me send this. You should get some error. See here, server failed to authenticate the request because this is the old authentication which have this got elapsed. Now what I'll do, I'll remove this. I will add the new authentication from the notepad, whatever you have. This is called a new SaaS token. So I'll just copy paste here. That's it. And if you see, these are the query parameters. So whatever after question mark, that's a parameter like SV. SV is a parameter. And then after question mark, wherever you see SS, so that is one more parameter. Like you don't need to worry about all that stuff, but just if at all you're surprised, what are these things? These are the query parameters, right? Now let me send it. See, I got the data, right? So without writing any piece of code, with just this particular path and this SAS key, I'm trying to get this particular, read this particular information, right? And then this particular thing, I don't want anything, just the get endpoint helped me to fetch the data. Now, for example, if at all you want to fetch another information called cars. So for that, what do? You don't need to do anything, right? So for that, under web, so what is this web called? This is the container name, right? My container is a web container. Inside this, I have this information. So for that, now I do, instead of average salary, I'll say web, right? Now I have got the cars information, right? So this is very simple. So this is one of the way where you try to fetch the data from the blob and you read it. Okay. Now people are getting confused with Postman, guys. Whatever I am doing here, the same thing works in Postman as well. These are two tools which are available in the market. Okay. Now people are moving more towards this particular, because this particular Visual Studio is the place where I write the code. Correct. Now in this particular Visual Studio only, I have an extension. I will add this extension. I'll test my APIs and I'll put in my code. So here I am not even going to switch my context. I'm not downloading Postman and I'm not setting anything. So that's the reason this Thunder client is more used in the market these days. So you just no need to think about anything. You have already everything here. But if at all you're confused like in this Postman, this is something. Click on new request. You just tell some request name called, I need to pull some storage information. So now that I have got a get URL, right? The same thing I'll put here. These are the request schedules. This is like, let me try with this. Yeah, see, I've got it. See, haven't used anything here. I just created a new request and then I ran it. And if you see here, there is something called status 200 OK. 200 OK is something that your request is success and your response. This is a response and this is a response code 200. So this is how we deal the information with respect to web APIs, right? Now that we have understood this, now let's try to understand. I haven't created any parameters, Sabri. That's what I told you, right? Whatever is after question mark, it'll understand it's a query parameter. That's it. Okay. Don't get confused. These are auto-generated from the endpoint. Okay. Now, in the similar way, if at all I want to read any table information, right? Let me go back to my Azure. Till now we spent time with containers. Right? Now, if at all we go to tables, so here we have good amount of table information, right? I'm using something called employee here. If you see, the only change here is called table and then employee. Let me go and check if at all there are any employee information, or else we used something, right? We created some table. No, let me check what is the table we created. Jan badge, I guess, right? Yeah, this is the thing which we created. Now let me input this and then I'm not doing anything, just copy pasting this SAS key, whatever we created there. I got the data. This is the data which we created, correct? Partition key, row key, timestamp, name, Ajit. What exactly I did? I did a get, correct? Now I want to assume that I want to, here if you see, I'm getting entire information, correct? Let's assume I want to get only this particular Ajit's information. What do I do? The similar way, we pass table name and then we give its corresponding partition key and the row key. right? So what is a partition key and row key for Ajit? It is one. Okay, it is HR1. Perfect. Now you understood how to get complete data and how to get single information data. For single information, you should properly mention which record you want to fetch, right? That's the reason I've given H and partition key and the row key, right? In the similar way, if at all I want to update this information, what do? I do put. If you see, the put is called an update. So for that, what exactly I'm telling, you pick Jan batch, partition key is HR, you want to update Ajit's information, right? In the similar way, you update this. What exactly we are doing? I'm updating the information, right? So for updating the information, I should tell to this particular REST API, please update with this information, right? So for that, what do? I will input this information correctly. So I don't want this. What and all I have? I have name, place, age, salary. So what do? Name, let it be, age is not there. I don't want to enter all these things. All I need to do is this one. So salary is empty. I want to input my salary information. That's it. Let me see what exactly happens. 204, no content. Matlab it has updated this particular information. So for that, what do? Again, I'll go to this particular get. I'll try to get this information. Now you don't see the salary yet. Now let me run the same thing which I ran a minute back. Okay, I have inserted one more. If you see here, this got inserted. And then last thing, it is called a delete. So what exactly delete does? It will delete your particular information. So again, for deleting, you should input which particular information you want to delete, right? For example, I'll say HR and then I'll say Roki1, right? So it'll delete this particular variable, HR and 1. So then again, get this authentication. Now it got deleted. So whenever you see green, that is called deleted actually. Okay. So you no more see HR and 1 information, right? So now this is a brief example of how we deal with using REST APIs, guys. Okay.
Azure Data Lake Storage. First thing which we will be storing is in your Azure Data Lake Storage, and it is very important that you understand this thing, because what happens is, in general, like in your business purposes, most of the data we first store it as an ADLS2. Okay, and from there we do the read and write operations. So even if they are on premises batch files, what we do is we move these batch files as a blob, and or else mostly as an ADLS2, and from there we start writing the functions, whether we want to put it in a SQL data warehouse or we want to put it in a Cosmos DB. Okay, even if whether you use data factory or you use data bricks, both do the same thing. Okay, even you are reading a data from a Kafka stream, and even in that case, first you will write it as a delta lake, which is a data, again, a Azure Data Lake Storage. So it is important you understand this concept. So what is your Azure Data Lake Storage? So it is a highly scalable, distributed, parallel file system in the cloud, which is specially designed to work with multiple analytic framework. Okay, so ADLS is, as you see here, it can read all kinds of data, whether it is the on-premises database, that is your structured data, whether it comes from a web, or it's a video or image which is completely unstructured, or it comes from your NoSQL databases which has some structure, like it's a semi-structure, or from sensors, or without the need to bring everything to a common platform. All right, so you can store an image also as an ADLS2. You can store batch files also as an ADLS2. You can take IoT data also as an ADLS2. So you see the difference, right? It is not needed for you to convert a NoSQL data into a SQL. So it's just so that it's easy for you to query or you to load. So any kind of data can be stored in your ADLS, that is Azure Data Lake Store, without the need to do any kind of computation. Okay, we can run all these on the ADLS, that is your ADL Analytics, HD Insight, your R, Spark. We can do machine learning experiments on this. We can develop machine learning algorithms on these data. So there are two parts in your Azure Data Lake. One comes the storage, one comes the analytics. Okay, for analytics, we use the HD Insight Analytics or your Azure Data Lake in Analytics. And for your storage, the normal one, the Azure Data Lake Storage. Now, keep in mind, the Azure Data Factory and Azure Data Bricks are something which help you to read or write data into this. Okay. So, as I was saying, Azure Data Lake will take any kind of structured data, whether it is fixed, it supports everything: structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. All right. And the best part is you don't need to kind of bring anything on a common platform. Okay. Next thing is the size. So there is no limit to size and no limit on an account. even you can have multiple files of different sizes, or you can have a single very large file also. Okay. Next is how it works. So for this much fast accessibility and all, it actually uses the web HDFS interface. It's completely based on that. And then it supports your parallel reads and writes, because of which again your analytical functions are very fast. Next, what we can do is, if we can split a file, say we have some data which we can split it up. So in that case, it is divided into 2 GB chunks, which are called your extents. Okay, and these extents are again replicated. So every time a replication happens, it is for high availability and for your reliability. And vertices, this comes in picture when we will use the USQL. They are created on these extents. So I'll explain you in detail what vertices are and what extents are when we are actually creating something with the USQL. Okay. So the next thing is, it's a set of capabilities which is dedicated to big data analytics built on Azure Blob Storage. So they took all the important features of your blob storage, they have used it on your Azure Data Lake Storage. There are differences on that, but it is similar to many extents. So results of converging the capabilities of our existing two services, that is the Azure Blob Storage and Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 1, we are getting the Gen 2. Features from storage Gen 1 are combined with low cost, tired storage, high availability, disaster recovery from Azure Blob Storage. So there are certain things like your ADLS is more optimized for your analytics, okay, and Blob is for bulk storage. Similarly, ADLS, if you do any operation on ADLS, it is expensive when compared to Blob. Then your ADLS, since it is based on web HDFS, it is completely available for your analytics or for your big data work, but Blob, it does not support HDFS. Okay, so by understanding the features itself, you will be able to understand why we need to go into data lake. All right, so the main objective of building a data lake is to offer an unified view of data to scientists. So just imagine you can analyze a picture also, and you can get the you read the pictures and get the details. At the same time, you can get details from video if they are related, and you can compare it with on-premises file system. So how easy it will be for someone who wants to access data across these environments. With the increase in data volume, data quality, and metadata, the quantity of analysis also increases. And data lake offers agility. So as we saw, it's very agile. You can update any new thing very easily when compared to other storages. So here your machine learning and artificial intelligence can be used to make profitable predictions. So Azure also gives you machine learning studio. Okay. And if you go and create, so you create experiments in your machine learning studio. So all that experiments you can easily do on your ADLS. So it also gives 360 views of your customer and makes analysis more robust. So we need to understand the data lake architecture also. So you see this picture, right? There's something called source. So here it is showing real-time ingestion, micro batch ingestion, or batch ingestion. Then we have something as an ingestion tier. We have the HDFS storage. We have the insight tier, and we have the actions. Let's understand what each tier is. Okay. So the ingestion tier, that is your first tier, this one. The tier on the left side depicts the data sources. The data could be loaded into data lake in batches or in real time. So what does it mean is, you can actually put a batch processing data, or real time streaming also can be done. Even that data can be stored in your ADLS. When I say ADLS, I mean ADLS2. Alright, because now by default you will get the option of using ADLS2 only, and most of the people will be using that. Only for already developed systems which are on ADLS1, they are using that. So next is the insight tier. The tiers on the right represent the research wide where insights from the systems are used. SQL, NoSQL queries, or even Excel could be used for data analysis. See, so you get the data, you do all the operations, and then from here you can use any of these things. You can either query it through SQL, or you can load it in a NoSQL database, or you can do MapReduce, or you can simply use query interface. And based on what you will take this decision is completely on your business requirement. So HDFS is the cost-effective solution for both structured and unstructured data. It is the landing zone for all data that is at rest in the system. So in the HDFS storage, all your data is brought and it is stored over there. So data, there is no transactional data over there. Everything present there is at rest. And all this data will also be encrypted. Next, we see the distillation layer, which is this layer, which is the fourth layer. So what that layer does is, it takes the data from the storage tier and converts it to structured data for easier analysis. So suppose your unstructured data is coming and your structured data is there. So in that case, it will convert it in such a way that it becomes structured for the work. So let's do one of the working sessions. So there are two sessions for you all. One is to create the Cosmos DB account, which we did. Then in that we will be understanding how to change the regions. So we did it till here, we created it, and then I showed you to create a container. In a container there will be item, and these items will contain your documents. We created a Cosmos DB of SQL API. All right. Okay, so this is a simple exercise. So since all of you are very interested in doing this, we'll start creating with your ADLS itself. So let us start with ADLS. We'll create your Azure Data Factory. Okay. Okay, I'll try and show you to create a copy data where we are loading the data, say from an ADLS 2 into Cosmos DB. Okay. So okay, this is not needed. Let us go over. You all can get log into your systems. So one thing what I have done is I have gone through your Amazon, and again you can create a, this is just to make you understand how we can get data from so many different sources. Okay, so I have gone to Amazon. I've created an S3 storage. In the S3 storage there is something called as buckets, and in those buckets, I've just created a bucket is like a storage account, and in that I've just uploaded this CSV. I just downloaded this file from internet, and it just takes random sales data is over there. I can show you the link from where I've copied actually. Yeah, if you go to this site, so you guys can go ahead and create a free account in AWS if you want to utilize the Azure storage, S3 storage over there. I'll wait for you. Once you just create a free account, just let me know. In the meantime, I'll go and create a data factory as well. Okay, so I have only one resource group here. I am adding it. Now the location, try to choose the location as near to you, because the farther location you will choose, the more you will be charged to create a storage or to read write data in that particular premises. Okay, and one more thing, your location comes into consideration. So you will know, right, there are certain data which we do not, which some countries will not allow you to move it out of the country. You can access it only in that region. So you can keep a location there and you can restrict data only.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Say suppose you have created a resource group and you can restrict, it is in East US, so your data is also not going in out of East US, it is stored in East US region, and you can restrict the people of US itself to do it. Okay, so for now I'm not enabling Git. We can do a Git enable here, or else I'll show you once we create the data factory what all options we have to get to create the Git over there. Git is your repository. So your data factory will give us various different kind of activities. Activities are something where we do certain kind of transformation. Copy data is one such activity where you define two separate sources and you copy the data from one source to another source. Very limited transformation is allowed here in when you do a copy data. Okay, there is something called as data flow. So basically it gives you a GUI interface to do all kind of transformations, filter, create new rows, all the transformations, ETL transformations, you can do it over here. What is does it? It spins off cluster and runs the code in Spark. All right. But that is done in the backend, and the user does not need to code in Scala. He can do it through a GUI. So pipeline, when we create a pipeline, we combine these different activities in a workflow. So it's sort of a workflow. So you want one activity A to run. Once it finishes, you want activity B to run. If it fails, you want activity C to run. So these kind of workflows, when it is created, it is called as pipeline. Next, we have create pipeline from template. So what Azure has done is there are some predefined templates, like there are templates for creating CDC, there are templates for loading data from say like database A to database B. You can just download those templates, configure it according to your needs, and then you can very well go ahead and do it. Right? Next is configure SSIS integration. So we all know SSIS is a Microsoft product. So what they have done is through this you can just directly lift and shift your code, your SSIS code there. You need not do anything. You just need to build up packages, and from there you can deploy it in ADLF, and then you can run it in cloud. I asked you not to connect to GitHub, right? Because this option of setup code repository will give you that option. We have two kinds of repository that we can access. One is the GitHub, and other one is the Azure DevOps Git. So Azure DevOps Git is basically the repository provided by Azure. You can put it in either of the two. The preferable one is GitHub. Okay, so this is the starting page. If you want to directly go to an activity, you can just create over here. So if I go and create here as a copy data activity, it will work. All right. If I go and create over here, create a data flow, directly it will take me to a page where I can create a data flow. Suppose I don't want to go via this page. Okay. So just discard everything, discard changes. So the next thing is your editor. So I was telling you about pipelines. Let's do one thing. Let's create a pipeline. Whenever we try to create a pipeline, see all these different features you can, these are all the activities which you can do in Azure. It's not only just a ETL transformation. Okay, you can do all of these things, and you can do multiple things together also. Say you want to create a copy data, then you want to create a data flow activity. You can even call notebooks which are written in Databricks and run it in your data factory. Okay, so all this can be done. Now we'll learn the thing of creating a copy data. Let me go here and discard. Okay, so we'll click copy data. Now we have to give a name to this copy data pipeline. So let's give it as copy data training. Okay, and let me show you something. So you see everything is written in a JSON code. As we will add the different details, these codes will be written. So when you open the GitHub, you will see the code in this level. So when we were saying it is JSON compatible, all the data codes will be written in this way. So for now, we'll create it from there itself. Copy data underscore tree. All right. So yeah, as I was saying, a schedule. So it provides us two kind of schedules. So for creating a schedule, we need to create a trigger, and that can be scheduled or tumbling window. We'll go in details over this later. For now, we'll just create it for once. Okay, that means this pipeline will trigger only once. Okay, then you go to next. Now here we set up the connection. So you want to see from how many different sources we can actually get data for your Azure Data Factory. So they are these many. So you can connect to any of these sources. All right. So you have your Azure connectivity where you can connect to a blob storage. You can connect to a Cosmos DB, which has a MongoDB API, that is the document DB, or it can have SQL API, or you can connect to Azure Data Explorer, or the Gen 1 or Gen 2, or your MariaDB, MySQL, Postgre. So any of these things, okay, you can connect. So we just have to give certain parameters, your link service will be created. So these many connectivities are set up. With respect to your databases, you have all these databases. I'll create a ADLS. Alright, and there I will Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Okay, continue. So if you see, I have actually not created an ADLS account is already not there, right? So if you see here, so it's showing my subscription, but there are no accounts. So first thing what I have to do is I have to go over here and create a storage account. Okay, let us create a one with a hierarchical one. Let's see if we do that. IP training. I'm just giving any name. So let me keep it this way. I'll just change this. Next, advanced, and here you are asking me to keep it as enable. You go to advanced, enabled, next tags, review and create. So if you go on next, you can go file or folder. Here you see the test, you create the file and you choose. Okay. Now, do you want to consider this as a binary copy? If it is a binary file, if you click this, it'll consider as a binary. You can directly upload compressed files which are of these configurations. So if you have a gzip file, you don't need to explicitly unzip it and do it. You can do it here. If you want to deflate or zip deflate, these kind of compression types is supported. It's not binary, so I'm not doing it. Next, if you want to do it recursively, so if in this folder you have 10 files, all right, and I want all 10 files to be copied, I can just go here and I can give this option of recursively. Currently there is a single file, so I'm not giving this option. So your concurrent sessions, how many sessions you want to do, you can see. If you can define explicitly also, but what happens in your Azure, right, we are giving your Azure runtime environment, so it will internally calculate a value for these things, and it will try to match up with the most closest thing which you define here. Not necessarily every time you define the number of maximum concurrent sessions you want, that may not be the maximum, because we are not using the optimal configuration, right? We're just going with the bare basic things. Next, when I do, since I have not given a binary over here, I'll get something like this. What kind? So first it will try to detect the format on its own. So it has detected the format, that it is a text format. It's a comma separated. This is the row limited. Whether you want the first row is as a header, that also it has done it on its own. I have not checked anything. Okay. The escape character it has found. The code character it has found. The encoding, see, so all these kind of encoding is done. So remember, when you are getting an on-premises file, sometimes this encoding plays a very important role, because there may be some characters which may be supported only in some encoding. Okay, so it will take the default, there is no compression. Now let me open the file and show it to you all how it looks. So let me go over here, and this is your sales record. Okay, so here it is showing this way, but so basically it is a comma separated one. Then you have your region, country. This is the first line is again your header. Okay, so all these things it has actually detected on its own. I need not define anything. Suppose you want to define, so you have all these formats in which data can be read: text, Avro, JSON, ORC, and Parquet format. So yesterday someone was asking me, right, whether this file is readable or not, that different files. So all these different kinds of files are readable over here. So Excel is a comma separated text file. So that is how it has taken as a text file. Now your delimiters can also be changed, whether you colon, semicolon, pipe, tab, and also you have a no delimiter also. And okay, so initially, see, I'll just say you, this was not the start of the heading. Okay, so this is basically your x/x001, which you will get, mostly we get it in files which we create in Ab initio or in Unix. So here it came, or else if you want, there is a no delimiter. So even that came up now. Okay, so these features were not there initially, like just 3-4 months back also, it was not there. Can you see now, since I have changed the format here saying there is no delimiter, do you see how the data is read? Everything is read as a single record. You can see here. So again, if I suppose I have put a semicolon, all right. So since we know that there is no semicolon, see how it will be. So again, it is just putting everything as a single record because you have a row delimiter over here. So just remember, if your format is correct, the definition is correct, you should be able to see your data. Okay, for and if you click this edit option, you can actually give your own column delimiter. All right. Similarly, we have your row delimiter as well. Now, suppose you want to skip a line, first 10 lines, you don't want to read it for some reason, or say first line is a header, you don't want, you can just define it over here. Or if I uncheck this, then you will see what will happen is, so you see every time I'm changing it, the things are changing. So the first record is actually showing as region, country, item number, and what it did automatically, it just renamed your column names as property 0, 1, 2. So if you do not have a header, then automatically it will take it as property 0, 1, 2. It will define these names. All right. Similarly, these are the advanced options where you provide escape character, code character, and all these. So by default, it has come. So if I do next, so you see this got created. Azure Data Storage got created. All right. So now we came to destination. If you see here, the destination has come into picture. So do I want to create it here itself? No. What I want is I want to load it into a SQL Cosmos DB, which will be created, which I'll create now. Again, I deleted everything yesterday. So we'll just go over here, Azure Cosmos DB. We'll do an add. We'll select the same resource. Account name will just give us Cosmos DB training. All right. So here I'm selecting it as core SQL. You have all these other options. Okay. I'm not putting it as an Apache Spark. I'm not enabling the geo redundancy or the multi writes. And let me put this to your Asia. Is it available? Yeah, East Asia. Okay. Next is networking. I'm putting it as all network tags, and we will create it. So my Cosmos DB is created. Okay, I want to say one more thing is your features keep getting updated in your different in all the resources. Okay, they are keep on adding new features, and since it is a GUI, things may look little change. So currently I'm actually working on Databricks and your Power BI. So the things I worked on this about 6 months back. So you can see how much of a change has happened in these 6 months. And what they do is whenever they put a preview feature or they add a new feature, right, they always make it backward compatible. So if we have created something 6 months back and they have changed some things, so with an update you might encounter that some new features have been added. Okay, so as I was saying, in the data lake storage, the delimiter, that particular delimiter was not there 6 months back, but now I can see that that particular delimiter is there. So these kind of changes might keep on happening. They may keep on adding, or whenever some preview is there, they may keep on adding or removing features. All right, so I've created the Cosmos DB. I have created container and item in that. I have container a new container, and then I have created the item in this. So if I go here, I can see the subscription. This will load the DB name. This will load the database name. Suppose you want to enter manually. You want to suppose someone else has created a Cosmos DB. You want to connect to that. So what you do is there is something called Cosmos DB account URI. So if you go over here in your Cosmos DB overview, you see this, right, URL. You just go here, copy this, and if you paste it over here, Okay, next we want to create it through your Cosmos DB access keys. So where do we find these access keys? You see here keys, you can copy any of the keys, the primary or the secondary key. So when I do a next, now my destination is, this is my source. All right, I can just skip mapping for all tables. Okay, or else if I do this, what happens here is the preview feature goes off. All right, so if I go and do next, let me skip it for the very first time. So the behavior is insert. There are two kinds of behavior here, insert and upsert. There is no update. All right, and all these things we can define: the timeout size, the batch size, the concurrent size. But for now, just we will consider the default ones. We're not defining any such thing now. So if you want, you can have a fault tolerance, like abort activity on first these are the options where you can do whether you can skip the rows which are not compatible, and or you can skip and log. If you give this, you have to further give where it will do it. Okay, so then you have to create a storage account, and in that storage account you have to give this these details. If you want to do a staging, say you want to load it into a staging table and you want to do it, then you have these options. Okay, now here you see, right, you are enabling compression or something. You can enable compression also. Data integration unit, you will be charged number of DUIs into copy duration into 0.25 DUI per hour. All right, this is how you are charged in your data factory. So for now, I've kept it as auto. I can actually go ahead and decide it. But then remember, since you are doing it in Azure integration runtime, even if you give some number, it will calculate on its own the most effective integration unit, and it will assign that. It will try to keep it as close to the number you have defined. Okay, I'll just remove the staging. So you see here, your task name is copy data, your source is data lake, your dataset name is this, all the details are here, your destination is this, and these are the timeout sessions. So what is happening is it is deploying, and now it created a dataset, it created the pipeline, it is running the pipeline. So if we go to your monitor, it will actually show you how the data is running. So you see this is succeeded. If I click over here, the data read is 1245 KB, data written is 49 KB. It has written 100, read 100 rows. Basically, this is your log. It has read and written both 100 rows. Okay. The number of peak connections that was set up is 1. And here it was 4. Throughput is this much. You have all the log details. So here it has used 1 parallel copy and it is used 4 DIUs. All right. So now let's go to our Cosmos DB and let me do a refresh over here. So what do we see? Here what are you seeing? Here you just see two things, right? Your key value pairs. Okay. And here what do you see? You see the data. This is one record which I have selected. This is the second. In this way there are 100 records. So you have actually taken a structured data, and just with the copy data activity, you have actually transformed into a NoSQL database. Okay, now let me show you some more interesting things. What all got created when we created this copy data? Okay, we just created it from the front end. Let me refresh this. One pipeline is created, all right, which has an activity called copy data. Okay, now when I click here, you see the parameters of your uh, pipeline. Okay, so we can generate parameters here, we can use variables here. All right, I'll show you when we have some more other requirements where we can use parameters. I'll show it to you. When we go in ahead and click a copy data activity, all that we defined in the source, right, everything we can redefine it over here. Sync mapping, if we want to do a mapping. Okay, if I do this, okay, I can add a dynamic content also. So all this I will show you where the things are relevant. Let me get those use cases and I'll do it for you. So here you see, right, all the things which we defined there, we can redefine it here. Okay, and then two data sets are created. One is your source data set, one is your target data set. If you go and click this, if you go and check the connection, you saw the link service which we created here, right? So that is shown over here. The file path is shown over here. Okay, if you go over here and if you do a preview data, you can actually see the data. Okay, these things are there, whatever we defined while defining the data set. You see over here, right? You can do it. So remember, if you want to change a data set also, just go here, you can edit it. In your destination data set, you will see these details, the collection here. Now, since there is data in this, I can do a preview data and I can see the complete data here. You can see it, right? The schema details. Let me do an import schema. So what it will do now, since there is data, see, it has imported and everything it is considering it as a string. You see it by default, it has understood that it is a region, country and all. So we haven't created any data flows. If you go here, you will see the connections which I have set up. Let me delete this as I don't need it right now. So we have two connections, Azure Data Lake Storage and Cosmos DB. Everything is editable. You can enter it to a new subscription, but your name cannot be changed. Okay. Triggers we have not created, since it is a one time. You remember we initially, while creating the copy activity, we kept as one time. Suppose we want to add a trigger to a activity, I'll show it to you when we have a little longer. We just create 2-3 activities and create a pipeline. Next, it provides us with monitor. I showed you, right? It showed the pipeline name, when it started, for how long it ran, whether it was triggered by a trigger or it was manually triggered, the status. If it fails, you'll get logs, a small note kind of thing where your defect will be shown, the reason of why it has failed, and it will be mostly in Java code. There won't be a direct English thing that okay, this has happened. So you need to debug in that way. You have to search the code. So this is the rerun option if I want to rerun the pipeline. All right, if I go ahead and click here, if there are, so now I just have one activity, right? If there are multiple activities, okay, I can select an activity, rerun from that particular activity, it will come. Suppose there are multiple activities I have done, then I'll get this option of rerun from failed activities. So what will happen is a new run will start and it will trigger it. So you can also monitor your trigger runs if there is anything. Here you see, right, there is one integration runtime. If I want to create a self-hosted one, I can create here. If I want to, the Azure one is here, and if I want, when I have to move an SSIS package, I have to create a separate runtime with that. If you want to do that, suppose how, so in that case you have to create a trigger. All right, I can create one trigger and I can associate that trigger to that. Yeah, either you
Yeah.
can do it in the beginning there was two options, right? So single time run
Okay.
or scheduled. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
let me show you. When you create a trigger, you have these three options: schedule, normal schedule, occurs every 1 minute, everything. Tumbling window is something, there's a reoccurrence. All right, it will run these many times. So here you have delay. It gives you all these kind of options. Apart from that, there is one thing called as event. What happens is, so suppose you want to trigger it whenever the blob comes, you just have to create an event. So you go ahead and select here. Suppose I'm just selecting this. I'll give the container name. So the blob path, it will ask what event you want. Whether whenever the blob is created, it will automatically trigger, it will load it. Whenever a blob is deleted, suppose there is some other activity, you can do it. So there are three kinds of schedule which you have to do. So you create a trigger and then you add this trigger to that particular copy data activity. You see here there is an option of add trigger, right?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, one more thing. If you do a new edit over here, I can add the trigger. So for that, first I have to go there and create a trigger, or from here I can create a new trigger and I can add it. And the thing is, one more thing is, once you create a copy data, there is no button of play. If you put the debug, it will run in a debug mode. If you actually want to run, go to add trigger and press the trigger now. So we have successfully completed your copy data activity today. In the beginning only I told you this is basically if you just want to shift data with very limited transformations. You can do a mapping column, mapping can be allowed. If you want to go and do a transformation, you have to create a data flow. All right, so let me create a new data flow. You can add a source. For this you have to I'll show you what all options are present. So here you have join, conditional split, exist, union, lookup. All right. So you can do join. You can Conditional split is something your existing data split you can split in two based on a condition. So it acts as a filter where you can create two separate data sets on that. And then you can what else you can do a derived column is something based on a certain condition you can derive a new column. Suppose you want an aggregate, you can do that. Okay, we create a data flow here. You go to the pipeline. All right, you create a data flow, activity will come and you can run that activity over here. You're getting it? So this data flow will do something. Okay. Okay, suppose it is taking two sources, joining and filtering some records and writing in a destination, which is again a blob storage, is a file. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm copying a file into Cosmos DB and I'm putting a source and I'm doing some transformation and doing it. So here I basically will call a data flow, which internally will call that entire activity. And this actually, when we create a data flow, basically it will spin up a cluster. So you see script allow drift true, validation schema. So this kind of code is written, okay, and this in the background will run on a Scala code, but we need not configure it. They allow us certain things to do in the front and we can do it. So data flow itself is an extensive topic. I'll search for a use case and I can show it to you. But this will be used for your detailed transformations. So I think all of you got a very good idea of what data lake is. Okay, so these things we have to understand with respect to your data lake, your data storage. We have to go through all these features. Let's start one by one. Data ingestion, as I told, it supports structured, semi-structured, unstructured. So you have to understand something. If suppose a ETL tool is there, say ab initio is there, okay, and I want to read a file which is a file which is in CSV and a file which is in JSON, I cannot put a join directly like that. I have to at least bring them both in a way where I can read it and they have to have a common format and then I can do the proceedings. But here that is not required. See, the things which I am showing you is a very basic things, and mostly we are, as of now, people are doing this because most of the industries are just moving. But there are a lot more things which you can do in this. Multiple ingestions like batch, real time, and one time load is supported. So I showed you we can even get a real time data. Many types of data sources, databases like database, web services, emails, IoT, and FTP. From all these things, we can get data. So directly the data will come and go to your ADLS2. So how it is stored? Firstly, data storage is scalable. You can always go and increase the size of your storage account. Okay. So there is no limit here. Like see,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
when I uploaded the blob over here, right, you will see a size here. There is no limit. There's nowhere mentioned that this size is less or this size is more, right? So I can just go ahead and keep on adding even a huge file also I can add. Maybe it will take some time for uploading or something, but even huge files we can do it. There is no limit to that. Okay, so and it supports various data formats as I showed you. Now just now we put CSV. It supports JSON, Parquet, SQL, all these things it supports. All right. So the next is your data governance. So data governance is a process of managing your availability, usability, security, and integrity of data used in an organization. See, for at your storage account level, okay, you can set up a lot of things. You see over here there is something called firewall and virtual networks. Currently, I've kept to all networks. I can very well go and to a selected network, create a virtual network, define subnet inside this. So I can put a lot of details. I can even create a private endpoint here. When I go to advanced security, okay, it's taking some time to load because here I need to sign into something. So Azure will provide me with additional features. Okay, and see, some I showed you the key vault, right? When we use those kind of services, like if we create a key vault connection, so nothing is actually getting displayed in your data factory or in your storage account, right? The connections are completely hidden. So even at that level we can do it. All right, so here is the encryption thing. It'll come, I'll show it to you. All right. Now, security. Security is implemented in every layer of data lake. It starts with storage, unearthing, and consumption. The basic need is to stop access for unauthorized users. It supports different tools to access, easier to navigate your GUI and dashboard. Authentication, accounting, authorization, and data protection are some important features of data lake security. So, I showed you at the storage level how these things are done, right? So, if you go here again, these access keys come into picture. So if any of you want to access my storage account, I need to share all this. And then apart from this, again I have this access control also. I can again access, give you roles, different kind of roles for this particular storage account. So if I want, I can completely restrict a user any ping from a particular location. Say the storage account is in India, I don't want anyone from other than India to access it. I can even control at that level. All right. Okay, now next is your data quality. Data quality is essential component of data lake architecture. Data is used to extract business value. Extracting insights from poor quality data will lead to poor quality insights. So the quality of data, the way the data is maintained is also kept it is maintained in a proper way. It's not like we just if a data is used, suddenly it is getting we are shifting it to archival or certain things. No, it is maintained in a proper way. So this is the data quality. Next is the data discovery. It is the another important stage before you can begin preparing data or analysis. In this stage, tagging technique is used to express data understanding by organizing and interpreting the data ingested in the data lake. See, tags are very, very important when you want to segregate the data. So if we are getting files from say for department, now if we can, everything is department, but through tags we can differentiate them, and while retrieving the data or getting it, it is much better. Next is the auditing. So data comes from various sources, various departments, various assets classifications, and just because of these variations, some data requires special security requirements and handling. Certain data in data lake need tracking of change that it undergoes, as well as who accesses for various legal and contractual aspects. So as I showed you over here, right, you have all these different ways. So when you go to the advanced security, right, it is taking some time to load. You can have even advanced methods of securing the data. You need to sign in for that, and with this subscription you need to pay some extra amount. And even with pay as you go, I think it is not it won't be activated directly. Data lineage deals with the data origins. What happens to it when and where it is moved over time. It simplifies tracing error back to a source in a data analytical process, and its journey from origin to destination is visualized to appropriate tool, like you saw in the data factory. So in the pipelines you can see from where the data is going, and again internally if you go further in the logs, it will show from what data type to what data type it has been moved. Data exploration. So it helps in data analysis. It helps to identify right data sets before starting data exploration. I hope you guys are clear with the Azure Data Lake storage.
Okay, now we're going to see what is an integration runtime in Azure Data Factory and what are types of IR that we have. So what is an integration runtime in Azure Data Factory? So integration runtime, or IR, is the compute infrastructure used by Data Factory to provide the following data integration capabilities across different network environments. So IR is essentially the backbone where the infrastructure is managed by Microsoft. So using an IR, you can perform data flow, you can do data movement, you can do activity dispatch, or you can run SSIS packages. So let's see what all things we can do. So in Azure Data Factory, an activity defines the action to be performed. So these are the terminologies that we use inside Data Factory. If you hear the term activity, this means the action that you want to perform in your Data Factory pipeline. A linked service defines a target data store or a compute service, meaning that this is the place where you define your connectivity and all the other related information. An integration runtime, or IR, acts as a bridge between an activity and linked service. So this is the managed infrastructure. Now, in Azure Data Factory, we have three types of integration runtime. The simple one is the Azure Auto Resolve IR. Second one is self-hosted. And the third one is Azure SSIS IR. Now, based on your requirement, you can choose any of the IR. Okay. So this is a pictorial representation which shows the different types of integration runtimes which can be used in combination to offer a rich data integration capabilities and network support. So typically what we do is, when we have our source and destination, which are both cloud-based, then we go for an auto-resolve integration runtime or an Azure integration runtime. If you have something which requires an on-premises component, then we go for a self-hosted integration runtime. And Azure SSIS runtime is exclusive to run your SSIS packages. Now, you can use a self-hosted integration runtime to connect to cloud-based source and sink as well, but it's typically not used. So if your source and destination are both cloud-based, then we go for an Azure IR. If it involves any kind of on-premises component, then we go for self-hosted IR. Okay. Now, why we have this inside an Azure virtual network? The reason is that if you have something which is on premises, then we always should create an Azure virtual network, which will have all the network connectivity set up between your on-premises system and cloud. And using that network, we will connect via the integration runtime. And as you can see, using the Azure integration runtime, we can run Apache Spark program as well. So let's talk a little detail about the IR locations. Data Factory location is where the metadata of the Data Factory is stored and where the triggering of the pipeline is initiated. So what it means is that since Azure is a cloud-based solution, when we create any resource, you have to provide a location of that resource. Data Factory is also a resource in Azure. So when you create a Data Factory, we have to provide a location of that Data Factory. Now, whenever we create a Data Factory in a specific location, let's assume that I'm creating in India, since I'm based out of India. So let's say that I'm creating in a central India location. So whenever I will trigger my Data Factory, the metadata of the Data Factory will always be stored in central India, and the pipeline will start from that location. It's nothing but the physical data center where Microsoft creates your resource. Meanwhile, a Data Factory can access data stored and compute services in other Azure regions to move data between data stores or process data using compute services. Now, don't think that if I create my Data Factory in central India, I won't be able to access data which is stored in any other location. That's absolutely not correct. If you create a Data Factory which is based out of central India, if your data is in Japan, you can still access the data using Data Factory. This behavior is realized through the globally available IR to ensure data compliance, efficiency, and reduced network egress costs. Now, how does an ADF which is created in central India can access the data which is stored in Japan? That is the job of the globally available integration runtime. So this integration runtime takes care of.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Connecting to your data and moving the data across the region, as well as maintaining all the GDPR policies along with efficiency and reduced cost. The IR location defines the location of its backend, compute, and essentially the location wherein data movement, activity dispatching, and SSIS package executions are performed. Meaning that whenever we create an integration runtime, by default, the integration runtime gets created in the same region as your data factory. But of course, you can change that from the data factory pipeline as well. It's not a requirement that the region where your data factory is, your integration runtime should also be in the same region. You can change it, of course. But what happens is, based on the region of your integration runtime, all your resources, your data movement, and everything will initiate from that location. So, as I said, there are three types of integration runtime that we have in Azure. Azure Auto-Resolved Integration Runtime, Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. So an Azure Integration Runtime is capable of running data flows, running copy activity, dispatching the following transform activity in public network. So you can do all these kinds of transformations and many more. You can do a copy activity. So as I said, we typically use an Azure Integration Runtime if my source and sink is cloud-based. And we can run data flow. Data flow is something which actually helps us in running Spark jobs. Azure Integration Runtime supports connecting to data stores and compute service with public accessible endpoints. So whenever you connect to any public accessible endpoint, let's say that you want to connect to a REST API or you want to connect to a web API, if any of the data store has a publicly accessible endpoint, you can use an Azure IR to establish a connection to that data store. Azure IR provides fully managed serverless compute in Azure. It provides native compute to move data between cloud data stores in a secure, reliable, and high performance manner. So again, Azure IR, if you create, it's a completely serverless process, which is fully managed by Microsoft. And using this power of Azure IR, you can easily move data between cloud-based storage in a high performance way. We can set a certain location of an Azure IR, in which case data movement or activity dispatches will happen in that specific region. So again, as I said, it's not a requirement that if your Azure Data Factory is in Central India location, your IR also has to be in Central India. You can choose your IR in any region. So the requirement typically that we follow is that if your data source is in some region, we set up the IR in that region, because that makes the performance a little better. Then we have the self-hosted integration runtime. So self-hosted integration runtime is typically used when we are running a copy activity between a cloud data store and a data store stored in a private network, especially an on-premises network. Using the self-hosted integration runtime, we can also perform the following transformation activities against any compute resource which is in on-premises or in Azure virtual network. Not just this, many more. So if we want to perform data ingestion securely in a private network environment, which does not have a direct line of sight from the public cloud environment, we install a self-hosted IR on the on-premises environment behind our corporate firewall or inside a VPN. The self-hosted IR only makes outbound HTTP-based connection to open internet. So what it happens is that, think of it like you have an on-premises SQL server and which is behind a private network. And Azure Data Factory is a cloud-based solution, so it has to connect via the internet. Now, in this case, what we would do is we will install a self-hosted IR inside that VNet. Now, the self-hosted IR will create a secure HTTP channel. Using this secure HTTP network, we can establish a connection between Data Factory, which is from internet, and the self-hosted integration runtime. Self-hosted IR needs to be installed in an on-premises machine or in a virtual machine inside a private network. Currently, running a self-hosted IR is only supported with the Windows OS. For high availability and scalability, we can scale up the self-hosted IR by associating the logical instance on multiple on-premises machine in an active-to-active node. So what we do and how do we set this up? Set the self-hosted IR is one limitation. It currently runs only on Windows machines. It's not supported yet on Linux or Unix. So we can install an exe which is available free of cost from Microsoft, which will be installed in any of the on-premises machine which has a virtual private network peering enabled. And this will create the secure HTTP tunnel. And if you want to scale up the tunnel, you can, of course, use multiple logical instances, which will create a bigger tunnel using an active-to-active mode. The self-hosted IR is logically registered to the Data Factory, and the compute used to support its functionality is provided by us. Therefore, there is no explicit location property for a self-hosted IR. When used to perform a data movement, the self-hosted IR extracts data from the source and writes it to the destination. So since the self-hosted IR is logically registered to a Data Factory, so I'll explain that in a different way. So what happens is, whenever we have any on-premises component which is behind a corporate firewall, we install a self-hosted IR inside that firewall. Now, once this is installed, this creates a handshaking with the Data Factory. So each Data Factory is uniquely associated with one self-hosted IR. So whenever we install the self-hosted IR and enable the firewall to enable outbound HTTPS traffic, it will generate a key. This key will then be used in a Data Factory so that Data Factory authenticates this self-hosted IR. That's why we don't need any explicit location, because it's registered via a key. After the logical handshaking has happened between the Data Factory and the self-hosted IR using the key, we can perform the data movement. And third, we have the Azure SSIS integration runtime. So if you already have an SSIS package, it's a complete lift and shift method. You have your existing SSIS packages, you move them into Azure Data Factory, you run them using Azure SSIS natively using Data Factory. So Azure SSIS IR can be provisioned either in a public network or in a private network. On-premises data access is supported by joining Azure SSIS IR to a virtual network that is connected to our on-premises network. So the crux is same. Let's say that you have an SSIS package which needs to access an on-premises data. So we have to use the same self-hosted IR. And sorry. So then what we would do is we would create our Azure SSIS IR inside a private network where we have the data access. Or if you have an SSIS package which doesn't require any private network endpoint, then we can use a public network. Azure SSIS IR is a fully managed cluster of Azure VMs dedicated to run our SSIS packages. We can bring our own SQL database or the managed instance server to create the catalog of SSIS DB that it is going to be attached. So what happens in this case is, let's say that you have some existing SSIS packages which you have migrated to ADF. How SSIS packages typically run is it requires the SSIS DB or the integration services catalog. So Microsoft will give you a fully managed cluster of Azure virtual machines, which will create the runtime for SSIS. Or if you already have a SQL Server license, or you have an Azure SQL managed instance, you can reuse the SSIS DB of the Azure SQL managed instance, or reuse the licensing of your SQL Server, and you can save a lot of cost in Azure SSIS DB. We can scale up the power of the compute by specifying the node size and specifying the number of nodes in a cluster. We can manage the cost of running the Azure SSIS IR by stopping and starting as per our requirement. So again, as you see, this is very flexible. Since it's a cloud-based solution, the scalability is simple. If you want to scale up or scale down, it's just a click of a button. You can easily increase or decrease the node size to get more resources. Or if you feel that, okay, I don't need to run my pipelines, I can save some money by stopping it altogether. So these are the types of integration runtimes that we have in Azure. Okay, so let's proceed. So let's talk about mapping data flows. What is a mapping data flow? A mapping data flow is a visually designed data transformation in ADF. Data flows allow data engineers to develop graphical data transformation logic without writing code. The resulting data flows are executed as activities within data factory pipelines that use scaled out Spark cluster. Simply put, data flow is a place where at the background you run Apache Spark. Now the Spark engine is fully managed by Microsoft Azure, and you create your data transformation logic using a visual graphical user interface with zero code. Data flow activities can be operationalized via the existing data factory scheduling, control flow, and monitoring capabilities. Our data flows will run on our own execution cluster for scaled out data processing. Azure Data Factory handles all the code translation, path optimization, and execution of our data flow jobs. So since data flow is part of Data Factory, you can schedule your data flow, you can monitor your data flow, all this right out of Data Factory. It's not a separate component. You don't have to buy extra. You don't have to pay anything extra. It comes out of the box, part of Data Factory. So since, again, this works with Spark architecture, so you know that Spark is a very vast and architecture. So the scale up, scale down is completely managed by Microsoft, and all the code translation, as this is a code-free editor, how Spark codes are generated and translated, these are all taken care by Microsoft. Along with that, all the Spark optimization is also part of ADF. Okay, now what we're going to do is, let me actually show you a quick demo of ADF where I will use a very simple file which I will transform using mapping data flow in Azure. So this is my Azure portal. So what I have done is, in this Azure portal, I have created a resource group. So this resource group is in East US location. And in this resource group, I have created a storage account. So in the storage account, I have a data lake store. So this is a data lake store that I have created. So this is a data lake store. So I have created a container in this called as demo container. And inside this, I have two folders. One is a source, the other one is a sink. So if I go inside the source folder, I have a file here. This is a dummy file that I have uploaded called msft.csv. If I show you the data, yeah. So here you can see that this is the Microsoft Windows App Store data. So it has an ID, which is nothing but an identity column. It has the name of the app. So which app is available in Windows App Store? What is the average rating of that app? How many people have rated this app? What is the category of this app? Which was the first day when this app was published or available to people? And what is the pricing tier? So this is the information that we have in this CSV file. So if I go to the end, I have 5,200. this is a wrong data. Let me delete this one. So this is the data set that we have. So we have around 5,322 rows which are available in this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this data as our source. And I'm going to do a very simple transformation of this data using data factory and data flow. And we will spit out a file, which will be stored in a different folder. So let me show you how do we do this transformation and what all things we use in data factory to perform this activity. Let me close this one. Now to create a data factory, what I will do is I'll go to my resource group and I'll click on this plus add. This will take me to the Azure marketplace and I'll search for data factory. Click on this. And click on create. So first and foremost, it's asking me for my subscription, my resource group, and my location. So let me create this in East US region. And it's asking me to give the name. So let's call it as demo AZ ADF. Oh, the name is okay. The name is available. And this is the version. So we currently use V2. So I'm using ADF V2. Click on next, git configuration. So here it's asking me that before creating the data factory, do you want to connect to a code repository? You can either use Azure DevOps or you can use GitHub, or you can configure this later as well once the data factory has been provisioned. Then we have networking. So here it's asking that how do you want to enable your data factory? Meaning that your data factory, if you don't click on this managed virtual network, meaning that your data factory will be available over the internet. If you enable this, then your data factory will be inside a virtual network. And here it's asking that when you create a self-hosted integration runtime, how the connectivity will happen via a private endpoint or via a public endpoint. So I'll just choose this as public endpoint because I don't want to set up any virtual network now, neither in here, this case. Then we have tags. So tags is something where you can quickly identify your data factory. So let's say that I have 5 data factory. So I can say that this is my data factory. And the value I can say that this is DF1. So I can quickly identify my data factories using the tag. This is completely optional. And finally, we click on review and create. It's that simple to create a data factory. Then we hit this create button and this will initialize the deployment. And after the deployment, the data factory will be created. So just give me 1 or 2 minutes, it will get deployed. Or now, click on this. So this is the landing page that we have. Here we have some Azure related activity. We are not interested in this. To open a data factory, click on this author and monitor. It will open up its own workspace. It takes some time for the first time boot. So this is how the ADF landing page looks like. So if you look into the right hand side, this is the update which comes from Microsoft. Microsoft periodically pushes what all updates are coming in ADF. Then here you can switch. So if you have multiple data factory, you can switch to a different data factory right from here. This is the notification window. This is your feedback window, and these are the help information. Inside here, you have some wizards where you can quickly create a pipeline, create a data flow, create a copy activity, create a template, configure your Azure SSIS, or set up your code repository. And these are some of the quick start guides from Microsoft. On the left hand side, we have the home page. We have the author. This is the window that we will be concentrating most. This is the monitor window. So if you go here, you can see your data factory pipelines. What has been run, how much time it has taken, what is the result, is it a success or a failure? All these things you can see from here. And manage is something where you can define all your linked service, integration runtime, etc. Now, if I go to this integration runtime, you see this auto resolve integration runtime. Let me close this one and expand this one. So this is the auto resolve integration runtime, or the Azure integration runtime, which is automatically created whenever you create an Azure Data Factory. And this is a public endpoint, and this is auto resolve region, meaning that since I created my data factory in East US, this is automatically resolved and created. If you want to create a new integration runtime, click on this plus new, and here you can choose. So if you want to use an Azure SSIS integration runtime, you can select this option and you can click on continue, fill up the required information. So for an example, what is the location, how many cores or nodes you need, all these things you can set up in here. Or if you want to create an Azure or a self-hosted integration runtime, you can click it from here. Here again, you can choose, do you want to create an Azure integration runtime? Here you can choose your region. Or do you want to create a self-hosted integration runtime to connect to your on-premises network? Then the next concept that we have to understand is your linked services. So linked services, currently you see that you have nothing in here. So linked services are something where we provide an information of where or which connection we want to connect to. So to connect a link service, so for my case, when I'm showing you the demo, I want to connect to a data lake store, which is Azure based. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this plus new, and you can see that we have all these Azure connectors, database connectors, file-based connectors, protocols, NoSQL, and apps. So these are out-of-the-box connectors available from Data Factory. And you can choose different compute units also. Okay, so I'm going to connect to a data lake store. So this is a Azure Data Lake Store Gen 2. So I'm going to quickly search for it, or else you can find it from here also. You can go in here. You can see there should be, where is that? Data Lake Gen 2, or you can search it in here also. So Azure Data Lake Gen 2, click on continue. It's asking you to give a name. I'll just keep it as it is. How do you want to establish a connection? Since this is cloud-based, so I'm going to connect with the auto-resolve integration runtime. How do you want to connect? You can use either account key, service principal, or managed entity. These are the security measures. So I'm going to connect using the account key. I can select my subscription. I can select my storage account name. Just a sanity to check test connection. So it's successful. Click on create. And it's that simple to establish a connection to a storage. It can be anything. So once these two things are configured, I'm not going to these things. This is something, again, if you want to set up a code repository, you can select your repository and you can connect from here. Triggers is something I'll talk a little later. Global parameters is something like, think of it as an SSIS global parameter. If you create a global parameter here, you can use it across any of the pipelines that you create in this data factory. And this is a customer managed key. So if you want to have a secure key with you, you can use it here. Now let's go to the most interesting window, which we call as author. So if you go to this author, you can see we have three things: pipelines, data sets, and data flows. If you click on this plus, you can create a new pipeline, you can create a new data set, or you can create a data flow. Copy data tool is nothing but a wizard. Pipeline from template is something, if you click on it, Microsoft has given us a lot of templates. So you can quickly use a template. These are predefined and pre-filled template. So let's say that I want to get a data from a database and load it into an Azure Data Explorer. I can click on it, and Microsoft has a predefined architecture with me, I can change the data set and everything, and I can quickly get started. Or if you want to create a pipeline from the start, what we typically do is you can either click on these three dots and click on a new pipeline, or you can click on this and click on a new pipeline. So if I click on it, let's keep this pipeline as my demo ADF pipeline. So once we create it, let me close this one. This window, the canvas that you see, this is our play area. And here we have all these different activities that we can use. So I will not go through all of these activities. These are very self-explanatory. So copy data is something, it says that you connect to a source and connect to a destination and you can move the data. If you want to use an Azure function, you can use this. If you want to run a Databricks component, you can do that. Use SQL activity, if you want to run, you can do it from Data Factory. If you want to append a variable, delete a file, execute another pipeline from one pipeline, execute an SSIS package, get the metadata of a file, perform a lookup, run a SQL stored procedure, set a value to a variable, all these things you can do from here. And how do we do that? So for our case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to this specific file in the source folder and perform some transformation on it. So I need a data flow. So how do you use them in ADFS? You just drag and drop it into this window. Now, if I already had a data flow, I could have used this. If I don't have, I can create it right from here. So I'll create a new data flow. Now here we have two things, mapping data flow and wrangling data flow. Wrangling data flow, I'll not talk about it because it's a preview feature. We will use this data flow, which we call as mapping data flow, which is a code-free data transformation at scale. So click on OK. It's asking me to name this data flow. So let's call it as my demo data flow. Now, what I have to do in here is I have to perform a source. So I have to add a source to connect to this file. So what I'm going to do is click on this add source. And it's asking me to name this source. Let's call this as ADLS source. And it's asking me to select a data set. Now, what is a data set? I haven't created a data set yet. A data set is nothing but the exact file or the table or the HTTP request. So in this case, my source is a file. So I'll create a data set from here. So again, it's asking me, hey, what is your data set? So my data set is a data lake store. Select it. What type of data you want to get? You can get Avro, delimited text, Excel, Parquet, ORC, binary, XML, or JSON. So I am using a CSV. So I'll select delimited text. Click on continue. Now it's asking me, what do you want to name it? Let's keep it as delimited text. Does your data first row as a header? I say that yes. My first row is a header. Now it's asking me, how should you establish the connection to this data lake store? So I already have a link service created. So I'll use this same link service. Now I have to provide the exact file path. So I can quickly select this, go inside this container, go inside this folder, and select this file. And how do you want to get this schema? So I say that get the key schema from this connection or the store, and it will give me the schema. Oh, the name is wrong. Remove this. Now, what I can do is I can go to this projection and I can see the schema already available with me. Now we have a lot of other options. I'll quickly talk about them. Schema drift is something that is a very common problem we face in ETL. Is that, let's say that tomorrow my file structure changes. If you click on this checkbox, Microsoft will not fail this ADF pipeline. It will log the drifted schema. If you say that, infer drifted schema. But if you click on this validate schema, then what's going to happen is if your schema changes tomorrow, then your pipeline is going to fail. If you want to skip some lines, you can do that. Sampling is something that we typically use during a development phase. In source options, we can see multiple things. We can use delimited path. We can use wildcard path. If you have multiple files, you can do that. If there are no files found, it will not give you an error. It will simply proceed. If your data has multi-line rows, you can do this here. This is a very good thing. So you can store your file name. So ADF is capable of getting your file name also, and you can store in a new column. This is your schema.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Optimize is that since I said that data flow runs on a Spark cluster, so all the partitioning is managed by Microsoft. You can, of course, set a single partition, or you can set your custom partition using the algorithm that you need. Or if you want to manage this by Microsoft, choose the current partition. Inspect will show me the column. Another good thing is that here, during your development time also, you can visualize the data. For that, you have to enable this data flow debug. I'm not going to do that because it's a bit expensive, but it's possible. So now that I have my source created, I want to get some transformation. So what type of transformation I can do? Let me see the data once. So let me do a simple transformation. So let me do a transformation and let me get only those rows where the rating is more than 3.5. So if there are any apps where the rating is less than 3.5, I'm not going to take those apps. So what I'm going to do is, again, people from a SSIS background will be very simple. We are creating a flow in here. So first step is to get the source. Then we have to perform the transformation. So if you click on this plus button, you have different types of transformations available. Join, you can join with other data set. Conditional split, you can split the data based on a condition. Exists will check if a specific column or value exists or not. Union, lookup, derived column to create a new column. Select means you can fetch some columns. Aggregate, as the name suggests, sum count. Surrogate key, pivot, unpivot. Window is something like a time frame. Flatten is something, let's say that your source is a semi-structured data like a JSON format. From there, you can perform a flatten and you can convert it into a CSV. Ranking function, filter, sort, alter row, all these things you can do from here. Now, since I want to get some rows from here where the rating is more than 3.5, I will use something which I call as conditional split. So in this conditional split, I will write a condition saying that ratings more than 3. This is one stream. The other stream is ratings less than 3. Okay. Now, how do we write the condition? So ADF data flow has a plethora of functions available. Just click on this box and you have the expression builder. So in this expression builder, you can write your expression here. Now you can see that we have so many different functions available here. A plethora of functions are available here. Okay, so I will write an expression saying that in my input schema, I have a column which is called as rating. So I'm going to say, give me those columns. Let me use a function. I'll say greater or equal rating. let's say it's 3.5. So give me those rows where my rating is greater or equal 3.5. I can use greater also. Sorry. I can use greater as well. So this will give me only those rows where the rating is greater than 3.5. Okay. Now I can do multiple transformations here. I'm just showing you only one transformation, and then finally I will write it into a file. So I will use a sync. So this sync also requires a data set, and it's asking me which output do you want to get. So I'm saying that I am getting the output of ratings more than 3. Did I say 3.5? I should have given 3. Sorry. So I'll write it into a file. So I'll create one more data set. I'll write it to a data lake store. Same drill. I'll create a CSV file. I'll say first row as a header. I'll reuse this link service. So you can see that for each of these activity, I don't have to create a new link service. I can reuse the link service, and I'll create a new data set. So I'll write it in this sync. You see that the file name I'm keeping as blank. Okay. Now what's going to happen is that if I go to the settings, here you have different options. This is a Spark based architecture. You can create a pattern based file, partition based file, column based file, or a single file. So I'll say that. And if I go to this mapping, you can map your file as well. You can change the order, you can remove the columns, all these things you can do. And since it has partitions, you see that currently I am using a current partition. As soon as I change this one, Microsoft automatically prompts me to say that since you're outputting to a single file, please change this to single partition. That will improve the performance. So you see that I'm using Apache Spark. I'm not writing any code. The performance is completely managed by Microsoft, and Microsoft is giving me a prompt to better the performance. So it's that simple. And let's call this file as, let's call it as output.csv. Okay. So all my transformations are done. I have created a mapping data flow. Now, as a good practice, we always do this validate all to check that if there is any error in my development. So my development looks good. Now I'll go back to my pipeline. So I have my data flow ready. Now, how do I trigger this? First and foremost, we have to do this publish. So what happens is when you do this publish, ADF performs the code check-in. So this is completely managed by Microsoft. As I said, no, Microsoft manages this completely. So until and unless you do a publish, you won't be able to run this. Once this is published, how do we run this pipeline? So you can either do a schedule-based run or you can do an ad hoc run. Now, if you want to schedule your pipelines, that is called as triggers. Click on this add trigger and you can click on a new trigger. Click on new and you see that you can give a name and you can schedule this, saying that I want to run it on a specific time zone and I want to run it every minute, hour, day, month, week. When do I want to run? I can schedule it from here. Or if you want to just run it, click on this add trigger and trigger now. Click on OK. So now what's happening is we'll get a prompt in here and I can show you. So see that the pipeline started running. Now we can go to this monitor window. And you see that the pipeline has started. So this is the out of the box mechanism where we can see the pipeline execution. Now you can click on it and it will show you the details of all this. So you see that I had only one data flow. So this is the input. And here it's running. So there are multiple steps that happens. Acquiring compute means that Microsoft is setting up the Spark infrastructure. It takes some times because it has to set up the virtual machines, then set up the Spark system and all that. After this is done, we will have the data flow running, and finally we'll have the file created. Based on that, we will have the file created. So you can see that my data factory pipeline has run successfully, and the data flow also has run. So the good thing is that you can click on this and you can see even the rows. So I got 5321 rows from here. In the conditional split, I got 4011 rows, which got written. So if you go here and refresh now, I have the output.csv created. And here I will have only those rows where the rating is greater than 3. So I have 3.5, 4, 3.5, etc. So this is the power of Azure Data Factory. Without writing a single line of code, we used a Spark program which performed a simple transformation. You can click on this and you can see the details. But of course, we have very big power. So you can use big data, you can use different transformations, you can combine them together and work on it.
Now let's see how do we create pipelines using Data Factory. All right, guys. So creating a pipeline basically is listed as one of the steps in performing your ETL solution, guys. Now we have a school database. Let's say we are trying to extract some data from the database. We will be extracting, and if something has to be processed, then it will be processed, right? Then it will be stored in somewhere, wherever we want. Now let's see the steps for so basically, guys, as we are seeing in this on the screen, so we have your database, SQL database, and we are trying to extract some data from the database. So we will be extracting, and something has to be processed, then it will be processed and then stored in the data lake. So these are just some sample databases, guys. It can be anything. It can be happen between your blob storage to SQL, or SQL to blob storage, or your blob to data lake, or data lake to blob. It can be anything. Your data source can be anything. There is no specific restriction that your source should be something or your destination should be something specific. It can be anything. All right. So these are the steps for creating your pipeline using Data Factory. The first thing we will be doing is we will be just creating your linked service for your SQL Server database, or whatever. I have taken in my case, I have taken the example as SQL to data lake. So that's why I'm just showing the steps for creating the linked services. ETL just steps for creating this ETL process. So we will be creating the linked service for SQL Server database as the source database, and then we will be creating linked service for the target database, which is, in our case, it is Azure Data Lake Store. And then we will be creating the data set for the data extraction. This one we will be just doing an author and monitor tab, guys, which once you will be creating the Data Factory, you will be you can just access that author and monitor tab. There you can just go to the visual, you can just go to the author and monitor, and there you will be having this all these options for creating the linked services and creating the data set for your data extraction process. And then you can just create a data set for your data saving, and then we can just create a pipeline, guys, and then we can add some copy activity or any raw activity. And then, guys, at finally, so the main advantage of this Data Factory, we can schedule this pipeline just by adding trigger. So basically, guys, you can just schedule this your let's say, whatever transformation you have, you can just schedule that on some specific basis. We can transform them on weekly basis, we can transform that on monthly basis, we can transform that on day-to-day basis. You can just transform it whatever and however, in whatever way you want, you can just transform in that way. All right. So guys, now let me just show you one project where we are going to perform today. So guys, now today I'm just going to demonstrate you a project where we will be identifying the videos in the selected channel from YouTube that is getting maximum traffic. So let me explain this problem statement to you guys. So basically, guys, we are having a YouTube channel.
So in the YouTube channel, there are various channels, right? So let's say there is a company. So the company wants to promote its advertisements. So in order to promote its advertisements, so it wants to promote its advertisement on the channel which is getting the utmost traffic. Okay. So how does the channel knows that the specific channel is getting the utmost traffic? So guys, for knowing that, that company needs to put a developer who is an Azure Data Factory specialist, where he will be automating the list of channels which is getting the more, which are getting the utmost traffic at specific time. So he can just put a trigger for every 5 minutes. So for every 5 minutes, the traffic is, let's say the traffic is loading. So every 5 minutes, the list gets changed, and based on the list, this company can promote its advertisements. So this is the project we are going to do, guys. So in our project, we are just considering the two data sets, which will be where the data set one will be our first interval. Let me just show you the data sets. So these are the data sets which we are going to perform. Let me just open this data sets for you guys. So these are the two data sets, guys. So where we are having video ID, video title, views, likes, dislikes, comments, and the duration in minutes. But in real time, you will be getting in different format. So for your understanding purpose, we are just creating this project as a sample project. So this can be, these all things can be, these are all some of the basic data which we are getting from the channels. So now let's, without wasting any time, then let's import this to our SQL database. So for creating this, let me just move to my Azure portal. All right, guys. Now, first of all, let me create a SQL server. So what I'm going to do here is, guys, so I'll be just creating my. So first of all, we'll be just creating an SQL server, and then we will be just creating some other different data store, which will be, let's create data lake, and then we will be just creating pipelines just to load. Make some kind of things. We can just transform the data, and then we will be just building to copy the all the data. We will be just performing a basic query. We will be just performing on that, where we will be just let me show you. So first of all, let me create a SQL server, guys. So guys, if you have a resource group, it's fine, or else you can just create a new resource group. First of all, let me create a resource group as workshop. So I'll just give my server name as YouTube source. So I'll just give my admin details, which will be Intellipaat, and then I'll just give it as. Alright, guys, let's create this server. So the deployment is taking some time, guys. Let's wait for the process. So meanwhile, let me just open my SQL Server Management Studio. Yeah, it's already open. So guys, you can also connect to this SQL Server instance using your Azure inbuilt SQL. That also you can use, or else you can use the SQL Server Management Studio just to connect your SQL Server database or anything else. Alright, guys, the deployment is completed. Now let's just go to the resource. So basically your Azure SQL Server Microsoft, now let's go ahead and just create the database for this. So guys, basically your Azure SQL database is a managed cloud database, which is provided as a part of Microsoft Azure. So let me just create the database here. So my database name will be, let's say, SQLDB. All right. So I just don't want it to be an elastic pool. You can also create an elastic pool or a managed instance, guys. So basically there are different concepts. So basically when we talk about elastic pool, so your elastic pool is like nothing but a collection of your databases with some shared set of resources, which are managed using your SQL Server database server, guys. So basically what is the benefit of using an elastic pool in Azure is that, so using with this, you can just create a single database which can be moved in and out of an elastic pool, which gives us flexibility actually. So, but we don't want that. We can just create a normal SQL database. for this purpose, because cost also varies for every database whatever we are creating. So now I'll be just creating my SQL database. So you can just see the estimated cost per month whatever is shown over here. So let's create this thing. So in Azure, sometimes the deployment takes much more time, guys. Let's get it deployed. Meanwhile, let me just open the SQL Server and connect it to my SSMS, which is on my local machine. Let's go to the SQL servers. There you can just find the SQL Server. So YouTube source is my server which I have created now. So alright guys, let me just check the service settings over here. So this is my server name, guys. Using this server name, we can connect it anywhere, wherever we want. So I just wanted to connect on my SSMS portal. So here I'll be just connecting to this, guys. So I'll just connect to my database engine. So here I'll just paste my server name. So guys, here I'll be just doing it with SQL Server authentication. So my the login credentials will be the one which you have created it over while creating the SQL Server. So guys, I have created my login name as Intellipaat, right? So that's what I'm just giving it over here. So guys, I need to sign in with my Azure account for getting this client IP address. So basically our client IP address is not having the access to the server. So we need to just sign in with our Azure account, and then we need to create a firewall rule for that, enabling it. So let me log into my Azure account. Yeah, so let me add my client address. So guys, for importing or exporting an Azure SQL database, with basically, I mean, without allowing Azure, I mean, for without allowing Azure services to access the server, you can just create, you can also create an Azure virtual machine, and then you can just connect to that, and then you can install SQL package, and then you can just create a firewall rule to allow that VM access to the database, and then you can export a database using SQL package. So but here what we are doing is that we are just importing, I mean, we have just created a server on Azure, and then we are just, whatever data we are having, we are just importing to our SQL, I mean, to our Azure SQL database. So let me expand the database over here. So this is my database which I have created on my Azure SQL server. So guys, let me open SQL import and export services. So with using this thing, I can import my. So guys, my source data is whatever I'm giving is Excel data, right? So let's put it in Excel data. So I'm using 2016 version. So let me put it this. So let me give the source form, I mean, path over here. All right guys, now destination is nothing but my Azure SQL server, right? So I will just put it as my OLEDB driver for SQL server, or not this one. We have to give it as, so I'll be just giving my server name over here, and then I'll be just giving my server, I mean, details of credentials. So let me log in over here. Yeah, now let's choose this. Yeah, you can choose this over here. So this is my database which I have created on my server, right? So now I'll be just uh, going forward. So what I'm doing over here is, guys, I'm just copying the data from all of the tables to the server. So let me edit the mappings. So I just want, okay, it's already, if you want to change the data type or anything, you can just change it over here, guys. So here my data is in this, so video ID, I want it in my integer type. I don't want it in my float because all my of them are integer. So I'll just put it into int, and then my views are also integer type. Views cannot be in decimals, right? So I just want to be in integer format. And I just want everything to be integer instead of float. So I'll just change this thing. Also, you can alter these data types over using query also. We can do it manually also in this way. All right, guys. Now let me just go on next. Okay. I think everything is fine. Yeah, good. This should import successfully. Let's see. Yes, guys, we are good to go. So our process is very successfully done over here. So let me just query this data. So it's taking good time. So okay, meanwhile, let's just create our data factory and also data, final. So I'll for my target database, I'll just create a data lake, guys. So how do we create this data lake in this Azure? So basically for creating data lake or blob storage, you won't be having a specific option. So you need to go to storage accounts, guys. So let's go to the storage accounts. All right. So let me just add a storage account. So it's basically your Azure Data Lake. When you talk about your Azure Data Lake, it includes the capabilities which are required to make it easy for developers or your data scientists or analysts to store the data of any size or shape. So we are just creating the data lake over here. So let me just open. So I'm just choosing the pay as you go subscription. Now already we have created the resource group. I'm just creating, I'm selecting the workshop as my resource group, and then I'm just giving my name for my storage name, which is data lake. So let me just give it as target database. So okay, it's already taken. Let's give another name. So guys, basically we are using data lake version 2, so which is the latest version. So we are putting a replication mode as read, access, geo redundant storage. That's fine. Access style we are choosing it as hot. So let me just create. All right, guys, it worked. Let's create this. So guys, you all might have a query in your mind. What is the difference between the Azure Data Lake 1 and what is this Gen 1 and Gen 2? So guys, basically here for Azure Data Lake generation 1 is a file system storage in which your data is distributed in blocks in hierarchy file system, guys. So your Azure Data Lake generation 2 contains both file system storage for performance and security, guys, and your object storage for scalability. So Azure Data Lake Analytics is also support which is not available right now because it is expired right now. So now some of the new features are updated in this thing. Let me just go to this thing. So let me choose this workshop as my resource group. I think there's some mistake which we have done which we have not checked. So let me create it as target AL. Yeah, fine. So version 2 is this one, and this is version 1, and this is blob storage. We can just create these three services in data lake. Yeah, we are good to go. All right, guys. Now let me just check this database. Okay, we can just check it over there. Now let me just create the data factory now. So we are creating a job where we can just automate all this process to be happened. There's basically your data factory provides your single hybrid data integration service, guys, for all skill levels. So basically you can use the visual interface, or you can just write your own code, in any language to build the pipelines as well. You can just build the pipelines manually as well, guys. You can just put your choice of processing services into your managed data pipelines, or you can insert custom code as the processing step in your any of the pipeline. So let me just create the one data factory first. So ADF project, sorry. So let me just choose my resource group. Let me choose it as workshop. Fine. Now I don't want to enable Git. So this is already choose low, so I don't want just let me just do it as some different name.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right. So guys, if you, I mean, what is this enable Git option, guys? So basically to provide a better authoring experience. So basically Azure Data Factory allows you to configure a Git repository with either Azure repository or your GitHub. So basically Git is a version control system, guys, that allows you for easier change of tracking and collaboration. But I don't want to enable Git for this. So let me just create this thing. Alright guys, it got deployed. Let me go to the resource. So as I have already said in the presentation when I am explaining about data factory, so whenever you want to create any link services or pipelines, you will be just going to this author and monitor, guys. So in this tab we there is let me show you. Yes guys, it's open. So let me just show you. So guys, we can just go to this manage tab and then we can just create linked services, guys. So you can also directly create all the process at one go, but this is more, I mean, you are having this specific thing where you can just create linked services, where you can create integration runtimes. You can just do some git configuration over here, and then you can just define triggers and whatever you want. So guys, first of all, let me just create the link services for this. So first of all, I'll be creating a linked service for my source database, which is my Azure SQL, right? So my server name is let me check it. SQL DB. Let me choose as this thing, and then let me just as Intellipaat Intel at the rate 123. Let me test the connection. Okay, let me just or else let me do it over here. So my task name is that transform the channel list. Sorry, let me just output list, YouTube channel list. So guys, here you can just run it once, or you can just run regularly on schedule. You can just trigger it every, I mean, you can do it hardly minute, or you can just do it every 1 minute, or you can just do it every hour, whatever you want. I just right now I'm not scheduling it. I'm just running it once. Let me just create this thing. So let me just choose my Azure data. Or else let's do one thing. Let's do it with service principal ID. So I'll be just creating. I'll be just going to my app registrations. I just create a new app over here, which will be my Azure SQL. So I'll just go to certificates and secrets, guys. So here I'll just upload a new client secret, which will generate my principal key. So let me just put it as secret. Add this thing. So this is my application. You have to copy this thing, which is your key. So let me just put it in my notepad for safe side. So click on overview, you can just go, you can get the principal ID, which will be your application ID. So this is my application ID, right? So first of all, let me copy this thing here. Service principal ID, and the principal key is noted over here, right? And also we have to view the firewall access in Azure SQL, right? Let me just do that as well. So here I'll be adding a role or assignment, guys. So here I'll be just putting the owner. Let me just put this. Let me check this application. I mean, let me confirm this app registration name. So whether it is SQL or anything else, let me just go through the application. I think this one we have created. This one. Okay, we have to create for Azure SQL. So let me just go to that SQL server. So under the access control, I'll be just giving the access for mine. So once we are done with this, let me just text this connection. Yeah, is it deployment? Oh, let's read what is the error we are getting. YouTube source database, check the links on configuration and make the SQL Server database firewall at host the integration runtime. Okay, let's check the firewall. So we are done with the principal key, and then we are done with the care. Let me just let's check the database once. Okay. So this is a source database, right? So let me just check the access for this thing as well. Okay, we need to set that, and that only it's set already. Why is it not working still? Okay. Successful. Let's create this. Alright, guys. Now link service for Azure SQL database is successful. Now let's create. Let's go for the step. So while loading the, I mean, source data to our target data, we just need to query. We are using including the query as well. So we are applying, I mean, some query based on this. So we want to change. I mean, we just want to the output where the views and like, I mean, here in our data set we are just considering the views and likes to be I mean where we want the traffic. So in order to just find the channels which has more traffics, so I am just querying over here where, so let me just do it. select video ID. So first of all, let me just see the schema as well. So you also can preview the data over here, guys. See, here is a preview of the data. So now let me use the query for this. So it would be something like select video ID, title, views, like we'll be selecting the views, video ID, views, and let's say we want this only, video ID and video title only. So okay, let's put the views also. So what is our table name over here? Worksheet, right? So let me put the field as 72. Let me some random field. Alright guys, we got the data to that. Now let's choose the destination data store. Now my destination data store will be, let me just create a link service for my data lake store which I have created. So my data lake store over here is storage. It's target DL, right? So let's choose the data lake storage Gen 2 over here and then click on continue. Now let's choose the integration service one. So I'll be choosing my Azure subscription, which is pay as you go. Now my storage account name is target data lake. So I'll just choose this. So I can test the connection over here. So let me create this link service. All right. So let's click on next. So guys, for my folder path, you can choose it. Let me just go to my storage explorer preview. So under the containers, I'll just create one container. Let me create a block container over here. Output. So guys, as I've already said, what is the difference between Gen 1 and Gen 2? So basically Gen 1 is a file system storage, which your data is distributed in blocks in hierarchical file system, and your Gen 2 is which contain both file system storage to performance and security, and your object storage for your scalability, right? So let me just choose this. Okay, so I'll be just choosing the output. Yeah, so I'll be choosing this output, and then my file name will be final. So I won't define this maximum current connection blocks, as let it, you can leave it blank. Click on next. So guys, my file will be coming in text format. I just want it in text format, and my column delimiter will be comma. You can change it as well, and then row delimiter will get auto detected, which is /n, which is the ending of the line, and then I just click on next. Let me just do it. Alright guys, you can also monitor this thing. So it's still in progress, guys. It's taking some time. Let's see. So we have applied manual trigger over here. You can also, as I have already said, we can schedule it minute wise, or else you can just do it hourly wise, whatever you want. You can do it in any way, guys. Let's just open this thing. It's still in progress. Let's wait for getting it succeeded. So guys, basically, let me just show you. So when we talk about this triggers, guys, basically data factory supports three types of triggers, which is schedule trigger, which is a trigger that invokes a pipeline on your wall clockwise schedule, and another thing is tumbling window trigger, which is a trigger that operates on your periodic interval while also returning in, which is in returning state, guys. So event based trigger, when we talk about that, a trigger that is responded to an event. So these are the three types of triggers which are supported on Azure Data Factory. I think it might be completed. Let's just refresh this and let's see. So we have already created these link services. We can directly choose it over here. So my source data is Azure SQL database. I just click on next, and then I need to apply the query again. So also, guys, let me show you one more thing. So we can just, or else let me wait. Okay. So let me query this thing. First of all, before querying on this, we will just try to query over here. It's too slow. Let's choose from everything. So let's start from. Let me validate this first. Okay. Okay guys, this is the output which we are getting, so it should work actually. So the query is working, that's why we got the output. So we have given some 100 channels and we are getting 1 2 3 4 5 6. These are the channels which are getting the at most traffic as per my constraint which I have set to my data set. So just click on next. Yeah, so I'll be choosing my data lake storage as my destination data store, which we have already defined, which is the linked service. So let me choose this thing output. Yeah, with this file name, you can just test this connection. Alright guys, it got validated. Now let's finish this thing. Now let me just let's move ahead to storage accounts and check whether that they got updated or not. So this is my target database and I think it should be under process still. So let me open it in Storage Explorer preview mode. Still getting loaded, I think. Yeah, it's successful.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay as you go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So, there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So, to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity, you will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services, if you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. and then S3 and blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay per hour model and pay per minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down, because AWS does not have a pay per minute model yet. It charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you're running the same server, Linux server, in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes. In AWS, you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are 3 main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IIS, which is basically a web server, and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the back end part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the 3 main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the 3 most basic roles. And the next question is, so this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the 3 most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the 3 principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've chosen databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform it can be basically anything, but here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform. And I also would say databases, because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute, there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps, which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure Storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure Queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record or structured information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform, because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is, if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically, you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it. And in service bus, you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services. You can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is, storage queues are simple REST based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns, which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, so the next question is, what is stable storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure Tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, so now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically, an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have 3 different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike, and inside Adidas you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity which defines that particular entity. So inside a table there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It's a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is. The next question is, what is auto scaling in Azure? So what is auto scaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you have done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are two virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has two virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website. So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. And there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have 2 virtual machines and the work overload goes very high. So right now you want 1 virtual machine, so it will launch 1 virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the 3 virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch 1 more, and again if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch 1 more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it? So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances, as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be, what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code and you can integrate it with Azure App Services, so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, makes, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity, that is, you can launch any number of services. It can go up, it can go down. You can have any number of users. You can provide the access to users. You can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to maintain, monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users, so anyone can use it, while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization, you can launch applications. So you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users, a mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity, private cloud, and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud, and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter you can just enter as such. But if you are trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or as your CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account, so you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager. So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are three distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name service, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with auto scaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines and connect two auto scaling groups together, in which the Traffic Manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one auto scaling group there is app 1, in another auto scaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the Traffic Manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 auto scaling group. So this is how you can use Traffic Manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure Portal automatically calculates your existing charges, as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge, even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself, and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure Portal itself. And also you can access Azure Portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is elastic pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL database elastic pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an elastic pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an elastic pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the elastic pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that elastic pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is elastic pool. Next is, what is your SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily because it is basically the same relational database on your local system hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply. SQL Azure database is a database server running in the Azure data center and to which you are given remote access to so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility and security in the core. Microsoft Azure SQL database has an element, it makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database because it does not take backup. It has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is, what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about 3 maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BLOB, which is basically binary large objects, blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So that's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place so that it is easier to access them. Also finally you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So To be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for a Azure App Service where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will launch, as told, it will launch servers. It will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you cannot just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into CMD let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So CMD let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So CMD lets, command lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command let. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate CMD let commands which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, CMD let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using CMD let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoints, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an HD Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an HT Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services and you can click on HT Insight, or you can just search HT Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and HT Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm, as such, it is a distributed fault-tolerant open source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is HT Insight. So HT Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch HT Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch HT Insight, you'll just have to go to the HT Insight cluster and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So HT Insight, again, it's an analytics service and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Mission? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1, it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0, it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see. This is for sentiment analysis. And key phrase extraction in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the Text Analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that the best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the data set and call this API to run on the data set and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a Text Analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment, and the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer, migration. A migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure Cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be a Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a roles instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time, and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. So we've come to the last question of this session, guys. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.